Hello, everybody.
And I said, batter, I
Ah.
hardly knew her.
Welcome to Apochramatic Unlimited. Please, everyone, do let me know as we talk audio because it has been the bane of my existence for every stream so far. I want to make sure y'all can all hear us properly. But welcome to Apochramatic Unlimited, where we are streaming our second AP on this channel, a Girl by Moonlight game, and it's going to be the best. What I have named it, Darkness Fades, or at least we hope. We'll see how it goes. But before we get into that, let's just kind of go through like the announcements or the reason. Not reason for the season. It's not Christmas time bullshit. The reason we're here, which it's Pride, y'all. Like we almost to the end of it, but we still going strong. We're gonna let Pride never dies, y'all.
Really excited for Gay Wrath next month. It's gonna be good.
Yep.
Yes.
We're just going down the list.
Going down
every
the list,
emotion.
honey.
I love it. But we are raising money for the Trevor Project, which is just a absolutely wonderful organization that helps LGBTQIA+. I always mix up the letters. I think I did it in the right order. Youth in all sorts of wonderful outreach programs and just great work. And we're very happy to be raising money for them. And thankfully, too, because of the sponsors, I think you can see somewhere up on the screen, we have some giveaways to give away because for every $10 you donate, you are entered to win one of our giveaways. We are going to announce one tonight. We'll announce it on the stream, but I'll reach out to the person and do all the stuff there. But then we have two others after that. And I think a cheeky little social giveaway might be coming. So keep an eye out on that. But for every $10 you are entered to win, and the prize package for today is a $25 gift card thanks to Evil Hat Productions to their site. So any game, which, hey, Girl by Moonlight's one of them. Granted, the backer kit just wrapped on it. You'll have to wait a little bit. But we also have Thirsty Sword Lesbians coming up. So
those are Thirsty Lesbians implies something entirely different.
Yes.
Apochramatic Unlimited, we have Thirsty Lesbians. We just keep them in stock, honey. Sapphic love for all.
Yeah, no problems here. But we have that $25 gift card to Evil Hat Productions site, as well as a PDF copy of Glitter Hearts, which you can see an actual play of that right here on Friday, as well as, I should have had it ready. Actually, Logan, while I'm trying to find the proper thing, what's one of the other things we're going to have?
So one of the other things that we're going to be having is a wonderful, wonderful pin that was created by my own partner. These are Pride pins that are made out of wood, hand laser cut. As you can see, this one is in the bi-colors because I am a disaster bi, which just got to
bring it closer to the cam. It's kind of blurry.
But it's going to be blurry no matter what. This camera does not
it's got a D20 in the center.
It's actually, if you look really close, you can see it has all the other dice, all going out from the center, all the way to a D4.
We love to see it.
So this one's in the bi-colors, but that means you can get it in any other Pride color that you so desire. You let us know, we will get it in the colors that you want. We are also giving away, there we go, make sure I'm doing this one right, pronoun ones. So this one will work great as just a badge that you can put on, anything that you like. This can do any other color, Pride color that you like. We'll do any combination of pronouns that you like. That is not an issue. I got a big old laser cutter in the basement. I will cut it out for you.
I want one for cons.
That's what these are perfect for, because I don't have the magnets on them right now, but they have a little magnet on the back that you can just slap onto your badges.
I also want one to pull long cons.
Yeah, you can do that too.
Long cons.
That's what that meant, right? Am I understanding?
Yes.
Cool.
Look, we're on the same brainwave here,
Yeah.
But yeah, we have plenty of these to give away. Like I said, any Pride color that you would like, does not matter, and any pronoun any pronouns that you'd like to have on there, or combination. It might take a little bit longer for something that was not in the original run that when these came out, but trust me, we can get it done.
Yeah. And then our other thing for this week is this beautiful dice box. Look at this like lotus pattern on the front. It's gorgeous. From Elderwood Academy. Little hex chest. It is magnetized. It's beautiful. I have one that a player gave me 8 years ago, and it's still like brand new and beautiful. So high quality stuff. So that is our first prize package. We will have some more things coming, and if you donate today, and you may not win this package, you're eligible for the others. So that plus, I don't know, it might be fun. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe. Oh my gosh, we already got some coming in. Thank you, Pete. Thank you. Thank you. I'll open up the what's it called, the tab there, and try and keep track of all of our donations and shout those out as we get them in for anybody with names. Also, hey, just for funsies, how about like, we'll say like every $10, we'll add a little die to the pool, and y'all can use those as advantage throughout the night. But then for every 50, my bad guys get scarier.
Every 50?
Yeah.
As in like every time if someone individually donates 10, we get a thing. But when we hit like 50 increments
50,
in total.
Yeah. Every 50 cents.
I misheard as like every $10 you get a thing, but if someone donates 50, y'all are fucked. And I was like, all right, bet, let's go.
Well, y'all are not and also, but yes.
I mean.
Okay. I'm going to throw this over to the side here and just really trust that things are going good on the stream thing. Now, let's go around and meet our beautiful crew here. If y'all will, tell us who you are, your social handle, and then maybe who you're playing tonight and their playbook. We'll get into all the dirty details later, but at least so we can get an idea of who's who here.
Can you say one thing before we do that?
Yeah.
Share this shit out, honey.
Yes.
Come on. BIPOC and pride. You can't go wrong. Even if you're a little bit problematic, this is good optics for you. So share this shit out. Share this shit out.
Use this to get brownie points, bitch.
Honey, make this your one good deed a year. If you want to do more, I am trans. So give me money directly. And that still counts. You're still donating to a cause. So that was, we're here.
J-Mark is a bit of a disaster. So,
Yes.
A beautiful one. Thank you.
I was going to bring up the thing to thank our donator, but they're anonymous. Thanks, anonymous. Appreciate you for 20 extra bucks today. Let me start, I'll do me first. Easy peasy. Hi, I'm Taylor, or @_potato_ on the internet. And I am your, do they have a fancy name for the GM? I didn't look.
Director.
Director. That's what it was. Director. I am your director for the evening. I'm going to go by my camera view, which I think is probably all over the place on the stream. But Logan, you are next in my view. Would you like to intro yourself?
Sure, I will. I would love to do it. Hi, my name is Logan, also known as Logan the GM. You can catch me mostly on the internet under that handle. And I will be playing Argos Blade, a rough and tumble guardian. That's his playbook. He's very protective, very got dad energy, very much no kids don't play with fire, kids. That's what he's doing. That's what he's bringing.
Don't tell me what to do, Dad.
Love it. Okay, next on my view then is Kian.
Hello. My name is Kian. You can find me on Twitter at @uptight_chiffon. Today I am playing Persephone, who is the outsider. I'm playing the outsider playbook, and much to the opposite of Logan's character, I am the kid playing with fire. So it should be an exciting time.
I'm sure that's not going to come up at all. I didn't realize I need to actually I can look. I have the ability to look at Roll20. Never mind. I don't need to write down y'all's names. Then let's go to Matt.
Hello, my name is Matt. You can find me everywhere as Improv and RPG. And this evening I will be playing Tara Xenos, who, just popped up and suddenly could use an engine. Of course, she is a time traveler who has come back in time to help someone avoid a disastrous fate.
And then last but not least, let's go to J-Mark.
Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. Hello, my loves. I am J-Mark Accento @JMarkAccento everywhere on the internet. And before I talk about my character, I need to gas up two other baddies here because along with me, Miss Potato and Logan the GM are part of the admin team of Apocalyptic Unlimited. So let's celebrate the fuck out of that first, honeys. Damn, like
Nice.
we're here. We did it. This has been a year in the making. Fuck, we're here.
Yeah,
So I just wanted to celebrate that for
Yeah.
us. And I am playing Laon, who is a Filipinx two-spirited Babaylan shaman. And they're beautiful and they're amazing. And that's not their class; that's just their character. The character class I'm playing is the Harmony. So I'm generally a chaotic bitch. So I love that I get to play this being of like, yes, and we'll see how it goes.
Love it. As I was pulling stuff up, I missed Logan. What were your character's pronouns?
He, him.
Beautiful. And then Kian, what were your character's pronouns?
They, she.
Perfect. Make sure I write those down. Awesome. Sorry for those watching. I don't know what happened, but my PNGs of our names disappeared. So I'm gonna have to remake those during the break. They're just not here. So you'll have to just remember our beautiful faces for now. But okay, I guess let's get into this. So for anyone not familiar with this system, Girl by Moonlight is a Forged in the Dark system. So the same thing as like Blades in the Dark and all the tons and tons of varieties of that game. We've got a few fun little additional rules and stuff, as any Forged Dark will have, that kind of help it sink into the series a bit, or to the genre a bit more. One of those being, we do have multiple series, and that is going to be different takes on the magical genre, which we have chosen to go with the what is it officially called? Stars
The
and
Sea of Stars.
Sea of Stars, which is Magic Girl Mechs. So I need them to, kind of reprogram your brain real quick to think of a far future where we are out in outer space. Humanity has grown and advanced in their technology, has gone out into the stars. I'm a Mass Effect girly, so I'm going to say we've found other alien like species. We've, started new tech, reached out, but space is scary. And eventually you might accidentally poke something that maybe should not have done so. And that is the kind of world that we find our players in. While they do not know the severity of it, they do know there are dangers in this world, because they are a team dedicated specifically to fighting those dangers out in space, specifically to protect their last bastion of humanity, which I realized I don't think we named. Did we name our actual bastion or town? Because I had a town name originally when I pitched it, but now we've gone sci-fi, so it doesn't make sense anymore.
What was the name when we pitched it?
It was Aurora Springs, because I was thinking like a town in the mountains, but now we're a
Okay.
spaceship in the sky. I mean, maybe
What
artificial
about
springs.
Borealis? Like Aurora Borealis?
Okay, we go off it. I like it. I
That'll
like
work.
it. It's super fun and colorful too, which fits.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got the Bastion Borealis is where y'all call home.
Ooh,
at
I like
least at this
that a
moment.
lot.
It's got some alliteration. It's got some
Love alliteration.
spice.
Everyone knows the gays love alliteration.
It's true.
If you're
It's true.
straight watching this, you can't refer to us as the gays. That's a specifically like in community
We
thing.
do.
I just want to be so I want to be so serious, hon. I'm gonna say a lot of things that some of you can't say, like the gays.
Look, this would be like a whole, just like, I need to talk about this, so it doesn't need to fully happen here. But the amount of like the silly tropes and things about bi people and queer people that I have encompassed my whole life and that didn't learn until later, I'm like, why do we sit funny? Why is that a thing?
Honey, literally me right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at my legs crossed too. I'm like,
You
why?
can't catch me with my feet on the ground. That's impossible.
I'm like,
Because
I've
if we
been
can't-
sitting funny since I was
Okay.
5. Like, I didn't even
Okay, I
know
know
who boys
I know we
were
have a
at
game
5
to get
know.
into, but the reason why we don't do it is if our feet touch the ground, we catch the straight.
It's like, don't touch, the floor is lava, but it's the floor straight.
Yeah, the floor is heterosexual, and I'm heterophobic, so you got to do what you got to do.
Happy Pride Month, everybody.
Happy Pride!
y'all.
Remember, it's
Anyway.
illegal to be straight this month. If you are straight, you will be locked away.
Do not encourage them. Alrighty, so anyway, we are that is the world that we have found ourselves in. We'll kind of go into the actual mechs and the mechanics and how that is with the characters as we come across them. But my goal is to kind of hit, at least very briefly, each phase of play. Forge in the Dark is very much like, hey, this is the phase we're in, do it. Cut to black. Next action scene. So, it's going to be a little more like an episode of a TV show. Wild. So we're going to start in our obligation phase for the rules wise. I have notes somewhere. Hold. Okay.
Holding.
And for our team, like I said, they are Logan, what did we decide y'all's name was? Knights
Knights of the Bastion.
Knights of the Bastion, there we go. The Knights of the Bastion, Knights of the Borealis.
I mean, I'll take it.
Mm.
Borealis Knights.
Ooh. I like that.
Borealis Knights sounds like a really awesome gay club.
It does.
I like it. That's the play. So, as the Borealis Knights, like I said, y'all are a strike team, protect, kind of encompass anything that needs to be done to make sure that the Bastion Borealis stays safe. And how you've kind of gotten to this point, or why you are in this job, is because of a intergalactic council. That's all we really know about them. They don't have any other fancy name. Not really much information is really known, as they are kind of this nebulous, all-seeing council that just calls you in and says, hey, shit's going bad, couple light years away. Hop on over there, won't you? Okay, thanks. Kind of vibe. But, occasionally you have probably gone to their station and done some things, maybe on some bigger missions. And today is one of those, as you all kind of step through the doors out of the docking bay and into the actual vestibule of this intergalactic council station. It's very sci-fi, we've got the just big, tall, metallic walls that kind of go up to just a point, probably all three of them are like that. The ones you came in, obviously having the big doors for the docking bay, but then the farthest one is just thick pane of glass with just this expanse of space in front of you. And I feel like maybe even for those of you all of you, since you do travel space, it is always very interesting to stop and kind of look, because this station is light years and light years and light years away. Only people who actively need to talk with the council have access to a jump pad to be able to travel here. It is in a very quiet space, not very traveled at all. And just the stars look different, everything. It is very alien in space. I don't know. You could probably fly here manually, but then your great grandkids are going to be the ones that are actually talking to the council. So it's only people that need to be here are here kind of vibe. And with that, it feels very empty as you'll come out, as there's only a few people kind of milling people, loose terms, because again, we're not going to establish all the fun, cool aliens, but hey, there's all these cool different life forms that now get to interact with.
Oh, look at all these off-brand Doctor Who aliens. This is crazy.
Yeah, exactly. You have the Derek's and the... I can't think of another one.
Oh, look at all the Rex and Martin characters. Yeah, I see them.
But yeah, so very few people kind of milling around. It's pretty much the usual. They're here for whatever business, but it's just such a large craft. It feels even more empty, as it's just y'all and a few people. But after you have kind of walked out, eyes adjusted to now bright lights of this interior, you see that in front of you kind of apparates this hologram AI. It's kind of the usual, but it is very much, kind of made of a green light with kind of the bands of like blue and purple going through it, where its face is featureless. It's just kind of shaped like a human head, and the body is like vaguely human shaped in the way of like a cartoon is vaguely human shaped. Like, probably a different alien maybe programmed this and didn't fully understand the proportions of like how humans would normally look, but it's close enough that it gets the job done. And it kind of pops up and it's like, welcome. Pauses for a second. And then, Bastion Knights, the council would like to see you urgently. Please follow me. And it just turns on its heels and starts to walk through like a doorway to the right. And y'all kind of start to follow down this like really long hallway. And with that, I think I would like to get a little bit of description of what we all look like as we are walking down this hall. I'll just go in the same order that I did our intros. So we will start with Logan. What does Argos look like?
Argos, he has African features, much like myself, but unlike myself, he has hair. So he has these small, tight locks that pull up from his head, almost like defying gravity and looking just beautiful and just straight up and rounded beautifully there. But he wears this highly advanced space armor. Kind of imagine if anyone's seen the new Voltron series, the newer Voltron. It's been a while since that was on Netflix. I mean, I guess it's still there, but very much I am a hero. I am here to save the day. But he's a little bit older. He's older than probably most people who pilot our engines, our mechs, because he's like in his probably early 40s, which is old for this profession, I imagine. Yeah. And because he's been doing this for a while, he's got a bit of a dad bod situation going on, a little bit of a gut, just a bit. Thanks to the magic of future, his stomach is not confined in a very tight piece of armor that's like making him uncomfortable. It is form-fitting. It does make him at least comfortable, but you can kind of see the gut showing there. But he doesn't seem to be ashamed of it. He seems to have a swagger and a smile on his face, and he's ready to go and, bust some heads and cut some people down, or some of these Leviathans, I suppose.
Leviathans, maybe some people, who knows? Well, maybe we'll learn more about his past. Let's then go to Kian. What does Persephone look like as they're walking down the hall?
So Persephone is Filipino, darker skinned, long hair on one side, buzzed on the other. Very much the stereotypical punk ass kid. Dark jeans, sleeveless denim vest. The clothes are a bit baggy. You can tell that these are hand-me-downs and have been worn and through the cycle repeatedly. Looks like they are raring to go. Not necessarily to save the world, mostly just looking for a fight or some adventure. Little bit on the shorter side, probably about 5'2", 5'1", but walks with their shoulders squared, chin up. They are pretty skilled in boxing, and so they kind of carry that posture everywhere with them.
No. All right, let's then go to Matt.
All right. So Tara is wearing a lot of layers of clothes that don't really belong together. She is, I would say, probably about 5'6" ish. A lot of these layers tend to cover up her form, so it's just kind of like this nebulous blob of like styles from various time periods. That it's like, oh, was that ever in fashion? Who knows? But Tara has like long white hair that partially covers her face, and a hat. Most of the time, whenever she walks around, she is a little bit jumpy. And she tends to try to hide like her own features, just in case. She doesn't want anyone in particular to notice her. And I'd say that as we go up to the meeting, Tara is looking a little on edge, like tense, kind of like the sort of feeling you get when your boss is like, "Hey, can you come to my office later?" Like that sort of feeling. So Tara's just kind of like a little in the defensive posture as she goes with everyone.
She's giving me real 12 Monkeys energy.
Yeah. Love it. Okay, and then Jamar, will you tell us what was your character's name again?
Laon.
That one. Perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, so Laon has this very long, luxurious, gorgeous, deep dark brown hair. They are, like I said, Filipinx, two-spirited shaman, and so they have this beautiful, like, deep purple shawl over their shoulder that extends into like a full-on flowy, very, very long skirt that extends all the way down to their feet. They're actually completely barefoot. And along their arms, and you can see a little bit peeking out under their neck, is a traditional Filipino tribal tattoo known as a tatak. Those are normally done in black ink, but because we're sci-fi and futuristic, they're actually done in this gorgeous glowing purple ink that matches the color of their eyes. And so instead of the whites of their eyes are actually entirely this glowing purple. And then there's a lighter shade that represents their pupils. And they're just like taking nice deep breaths and just taking in the whole side of everything as they're looking at everything. They're walking gently, and they notice that, and just to establish, we all know each other coming into this, right? We're all
Yes.
comfortable with each other. Okay, dope. Just want to make sure we have this kind of relationship.
Yes.
And noticing Tara once again is like filled with anxiety that's very familiar, and that Keon, forgive me one more time. What's your character's name?
Persephone.
Persephone, and that Persephone is full of like this hardcore like raging energy, without really looking at them directly, but through the presence of their being, they just gently place their hands on both their shoulders and like just kind of sending this energy of like it's all gonna work out. And but what comes out of their lips, Lawan says, "Y'all bitches need to calm down. It's not that deep. It'll be fine, honeys. Let's go. It'll be good."
I love it. I also love, as I just saw that the captions picked up Matt's laughing, and that makes me so happy. It said ha 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 ha.
Ooh, and I just
Hell yeah.
realized I never put in for my captions, so let me open that up too. I'm so sorry for our hard of hearing audience members for me not having my shit together.
Ooh, I just want to point out someone donated $20.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Ooh,
But
extra
I'm-
dice already.
Scruff 29. Thank you.
I'm actually going to guess I know who that person is, and if it's you, Riley, I love you.
Y'all keep track. I'm also making a little dice pool over here, and so every Loki doesn't like this. Every $10, I'll add a little dice over here, and then whenever you'll use one, I'll throw them back because this is all D6s. So we are up to 2 in y'all's pool to be able to add a die whenever you need. You know.
So we're not gonna accept the initial 100 at the top. That actually gives us a total of 12. It's fine. I'm kidding. I'm just being a
we're
bitch.
doing today,
It's cool.
baby.
Baby.
After the time that I
We're doing
said
this,
it.
baby.
Alrighty. So, y'all are kind of walking, little chatter amongst yourselves, or reassurance, and your footsteps just kind of echoing on, again, this just very metallic-y kind of surface. And then you reach this large metal door that just slides away as soon as y'all get up to it. The AI kind of stops right at the edge and just looks over, turns its featureless face in your direction. The council will see you now. And then just like disappears. And she'll look through this door that is just like pitch black. It's just very, very dark in there. And off-putting probably the first time, but this is kind of a thing you've done a few times now, where it's pretty normal. You've met with the council many times in the line of your work, but you've never actually seen the council. Instead, you've been led to this kind of hollow pad room where your images are transported somewhere into space, wherever the council actually is, and you're fed images of their likeness. So you assume. Who knows?
I feel like Laon gently offers a hand to Tara to like help Tara walk in, but at the same time simultaneously grabs Persephone by the back of their collar. So it's a gentle like, yes, no.
It is well timed. Persephone has already kind of started forward and feeling like almost sensing the hand, knowing that it's coming, kind of settles into the hold and lets their shoulders drop a little bit.
I just want to say, like, because my character has a very fatherly energy, I feel like Leon is the mothering character. I am the fatherly character, and these are our rambunctious children. And
yeah.
like,
Logan, it's our dream come true.
I know this is what we always wanted. But Argos is kind of like looking at this, just goes, yes, everything is right. Everything is going exactly what it needs to do. We're great, and it's ready to go in.
Y'all walk in, and the door shuts promptly behind y'all as the lights kind of start flickering around and building the scene in front of you, where you see 5 individuals saying, various different alien races or species that y'all have encountered and are now partnered with in at least this council sense in space. Each one of them, and this is why I say, or so you assume, you've seen their faces, because each of them just so generic. Like, it is just very like nondescript features for every single different alien race there. It's just like no real strong personality, on any of them.
In their factory default settings.
Fully. And they all wear the kind of same gray suits with, a little pin of the council on their lapel. And have just very, very blank faces for the most part. Maybe a general like nod or a smile. Like, they're not assholes, really. They're just like, are you real? It's a little weird. But as y'all are kind of standing there, one of them will step forward, and it'll be the human council member that you only know as Council Member Jane. Because even her name is so generic, it doesn't feel real.
Oh, it's giving colonizer. Okay, here we go.
Oh, yeah, true.
She's just like, thank you, Borealis Knights, for coming so promptly. I know it's not very common for us to ask for such a prompt arrival, and I do appreciate that. I have upsetting business I believe we need to talk about. Behind you, y'all hear like a noise as just like these chairs kind of like raise out of the ground. You might want to have a seat. Hello.
Okay, let's take our seats, kids.
Laon, stay standing. Just kind of like standing behind everyone like this.
Persephone climbs up and puts their feet in the seat and sits on the back of it as a queer would.
Nice.
Persephone is also one of a gay. Okay, yeah.
Oh
So-
man, when Tara sits down, it's like at this point, like her eyes are wide, and she takes out like just this tiny notepad that's been pretty tattered, and she just kind of like is staring intently into it as the councilwoman Jane is talking.
Also, I forgot to say, Laon is 6'5", so they're
Oh my
quite
gosh!
tall.
It's all.
They're quite tall. They're just kind of towering.
I didn't say how tall Argos is, and now I just want to say I'm 6'6", just to fuck with you. 1
Just
inch.
I mean-
a little bit taller.
I mean, we that extra inch is sometimes all you need, baby. So anyway, that was ignorant. Let's keep going.
That's ignorant.
And I'm doing some reminders here that $10 gets you entered into win and gets these guys a extra die, and after 5 of them, I get to be diabolical.
I think we're just $10 away from you being diabolical.
I think so.
Yeah.
I can't wait. So, you all have your seats or not in various different ways as the lights kind of dim a little. The rest of the council kind of taking a back seat. It's kind of like that depth of field of where it seems like they push back, get a little blurry, whereas the human council member kind of stays up in the front. And now there's kind of some other images starting to populate to her side. As you may be aware of the husks, and pops up the image of these like very bug-like creatures, but it kind of zooms out to where then it is just this giant swarm, and like the individual bug-like is still probably like 4 times the size of you. So they're not like little tiny bugs, big swarm. They're very big bugs, very big swarm kind of vibe. They're growing in power, and it seems the more success they have in taking planets, the stronger they're getting. I want to do, how many of us are there? 4. Well, not including me. I know how to count. I'm gonna do the players. I'm gonna grab a D4 real quick because
I'm just saying you're gay. You can't do math. You can't.
I was
Do
about to
math.
say,
can't
you
do
know how to
math.
count? What kind of queer are
I
you?
can count up to this many. Once it leaves my fingers, it's gone. I can't count them. So I'm gonna steal something that Jason Cordova has in a lot of his mystery games, which I think are just so fun. Of like, hey, when something happens, what do you think? Or hey, could you tell me what these things are? Which is great. So 1 through 4, I'm just going to go by the order that I keep seeing y'all on the screen, which goes to Matt. So for Tara, what does Tara like think about when this image of the husks and talking about them pops up? Like, is there a memory that's kind of conjured out of it? Like, what's their feelings here?
Yeah. So Tara, immediately when she sees these, she thinks about everyone she's cared for, specifically the people here dying to husks. Like every time when she sees them, it's like she just kind of like her hands are shaking holding this notepad. She looks over and she sees like Persephone, and then she sees Persephone being taken down by a husk. She sees Argos and then sees Argos being taken down by a husk. And she sees Laon being taken down by a
Laon
husk.
looks at you and goes, "I'm not weak like that, bitch. Don't you impose that on me, honey. Don't do it."
Tara will like kind of nod and be like, "Wait, is I'm not sure what's," but it's like you can see that Tara is struggling, like not able to like hold it together, and even down. Like I'd say, like who would be sitting next to Tara right now?
I would be there.
Okay, so you would see that she has scrawled exactly what Councilwoman Jane has written or has said so far already on the paper. And it's like it seems like it goes on, but it feels like Tara knows what is about to be said, what is about to happen, and she is struggling to hold it together.
I would, seeing all that, Argos would reach for your hand like that's holding the pen, and just like gently reaching out and just like breathe. Just breathe.
All right. Thank you. And this does help a little bit, but you can see just a haunted look in her eyes as she like makes eye contact and then looks back over as though this is. I'd say that every time we've met with the council, she's had that tenseness, and it feels like this is the moment that she's been tense for every time.
Laon leans down as Argo
Argos.
as
Argo.
Argos is calming you, and in a voice quality that sounds a little different, and you're gonna hear it in my voice. They go, "Don't you dare impose that weak ass shit on me again." And then
I'm
very
sorry.
gently pats your head. There.
And when you do pat Tara on the head, like you notice her shoulders do come down a little bit. They do relax a little bit.
Love it. You're gonna have this moment, and Commander or Council Member Jane continues on. Is like, they unfortunately have already fully taken over the Malin 1 galaxy as well as the Triangulum, and the counselors are no longer receiving transmissions from anywhere in those galaxies. We know that satellite teams of husks have been making their way through many galaxies, as you've interacted with in small numbers before. But it seems that a larger concentration of them have started making their way into the Milky Way galaxy, to the point that it is causing a much larger concern. Various different human stations have gone missing, as well as transmissions from at least 10 different planets have ceased. Logan, I think this is fitting because I feel like you talked about being from another station previously. So I think very interesting to roll Argos here. When these missing stations and missing planets and just this word of more and more people being impacted by this, what does that kind of bring to the surface? What worries, thoughts, anything?
Argos is a warrior wart. He always wants to make sure people are safe and everything is taken care of. And hearing about so many other walls and bastions out there that have fallen to the husk, you can see, but behind his eyes, there is just like this intense fear just for a second before he kind of puts up his own wall, his own defense, that where he was kind of giving a swagger and kind of like, hey, we're here, we're at the big most important place in the known universe where the council sits, we have made it in one way, shape, or form. He now has kind of gone into just stoic, like almost I don't know if this is too far, but maybe shell shock almost.
Just like kind of like really honed in, yeah, kind of just that. Oh man. Second, I have too many tabs open. Okay, don't need that one anymore. Beautiful. You kind of have this thought, and you're thinking about it when then you can hear the council member's voice kind of coming back in as they're talking about a previous strike team that they had taken to or they had sent to one of these bastions. And they kind of continue on and said, we think another strike team went and searched for the latest bastion that went missing, that we think the Tusks have targeted, and they did not return. So unfortunately, we do not have any additional information. The last call we received said that there was a large concentration of darkness growing on the edge of the galaxy, and they'll kind of hit play on this transmission where you hear from the point of view of a pilot, kind of giving a bit of a warning that something's going on, like their systems are malfunctioning. Talking about this darkness is kind of growing, like it looks almost like the stars are going out as it just gets. There's nothing but this darkness kind of coming forward. J Mark, what is something that Laon hears in this transmission as well that stands out, or is something that is odd or of interest, I guess?
Laon hears a voice. And that's weird. Because it doesn't sound threatening. It sounds desperate and scared. And that's not familiar to this kind of experience in dealing with this world and this husk and all these things and however long they've been a part of this work. That's a very fascinating and new experience that currently they're keeping a bit to themselves because they also are they seem a little bit checked out as there seems to be an argument happening in their head. There's a voice in their head being like, I just don't understand why you have to talk to our baby like that. And it's like, look, I just don't want this sick shit imposed on me. I don't think that's a problem. It's like, yeah, I get it, but your insecurities are really getting in the way of the job we have to do. Insecure. I'm insecure. Who was so into making our eyes look the way they do because you want to look so so I like to look pretty. Why is that? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You know what? Pause. Let's just, what the hell's happening here? Well, I heard a voice. I heard a voice too. Well, let's figure this shit. Okay, yeah. So that's happening in their head. And in the meantime, you kind of see Laon like this, just kind of like.
I love it. All right. Okay. So you kind of hear this, and the just the amount of like concentration to hear the interesting sound, the conversation in your head, everything kind of going on, to then the counselor pops back in and said, so we've brought you all here because you need to prepare your bastion for the worst, as it seems that looking at the pattern of these disappearances, and you see kind of flick of her wrist as then the image has changed to a star map of the galaxy and kind of just big red X's of where things have been lost fully, and then little dots on where there have been spottings. And it's very clearly that these spottings are following the path of now shit has been lost, like they're kind of sending scouting troops first. And it says it seems that due to this pattern of disappearances and such, your bastion is the next largest target. Looking at the speed in which your station can move, I don't think that is quite the option. It is more a attempt from you all, and we are gathering resources to help, though many other teams have been impacted, injured, weakened, broken tech, low supplies, but we are doing everything we can to get them to head your direction. So hopefully when the time comes, there will be backup for you. Kian, what, since you're our last one here, what is Persephone thinking about as they're now talking about this full 100% possibility that y'all's home is the next target?
Persephone, as I mentioned, is always ready to swing. And so is kind of getting into that mode of like, I have something that I can there's a goal, there's a target now, and I can put my energy toward thinking about how to handle that. But for a very brief moment, they also think about their best friend Ziggy, who they grew up with, and they are thinking about they're thinking about I think just Ziggy's general goodness. Persephone is all fight, no thoughts, and Ziggy is everything calm in Persephone's life. And so Persephone is kind of thinking, okay, this should be where I'm at, because I want to protect this person. This is probably one of the only important people to Persephone, that they have truly let get close to them. So mostly thinking about having a mission and getting ready to go, but there is a brief thought to their best friend.
Absolutely. Um, you're kind of thinking through all of this as just more rambling from the council member on different assets they'll send your way, blah blah blah. But it is just kind of one of those things that, hey, this is kind of like a Blades game. So when time comes, we can kind of establish what some of these are, because that's the great thing. We don't have to have all of our stuff prepared right now. But y'all are all kind of listening and yeah, probably feeling a similar kind of doom and gloom of like, oh God, this is not, because I mean, you've interacted with them here. They're had these problems, but it's been little swarms. It's been manageable. It's been other threats. They never once ever made it seem this bad until now. And the council member even, I think, will kind of, after talking about all the measures that they're taking to try and send aid your way, kind of bow ties it there with, especially since we've greatly undersold the dangers that face you all. I'm truly sorry. Best of luck. And it cuts out. As that wraps, I would like to say thank you, Voidont. I don't know if that's right. For $20 more.
Thank you, LJ. I love you.
There we go. So now we've got 2 extra dice in our pool for y'all. And thank you to another anonymous donor for $100 with the little note, "Love you all."
What?
Whoa.
What?
So great.
Yay!
Wait a
I
second.
Here's some
Oh
pussy.
my gosh.
Yay! Yay! Yay!
So I literally looked at our streamer at 200, and when I refreshed Tiltify, we are at 300 now. So thank you so much. I appreciate
That's
you greatly, which means I
amazing.
get to
Oh my
make their life
God.
difficult twice more. I
Oh.
don't know if I could really give you all 10 more die. I didn't. This is gonna be wild. I'm gonna give me D10s for my thing. Lord. We'll figure out how to make the 100 something really awesome for y'all. I'm not going to count out 10 more dice here. We'll make a note. We'll make it cool. So maybe, hey, how about this? What if since it's like one big 100, so for all the others, we were having like bonus die. What if our 100 will like allow y'all like something in Transcendence to like maybe not tick the clock? So y'all essentially get one more round within Transcendence.
Okay.
How's that
I'll
feel?
do
You
it.
get to do your badass shit for a little bit longer. We'll call it a transcend. I can't spell that. Transcendence boost. I can't math or spell. I think I'm just dumb. Okay.
That's why they call it Bisasters, right? That's how that works.
Yeah, that's what that means.
That's what it is.
Yeah, being a Bisaster means you can't math or spell. Is that what that means?
Now it is. Now it fully is. Alrighty. So the lights kind of cut off and the door slides open. The AI greets you and says, "Thank you for meeting with the council today. Let me escort you back to your ship," and starts to walk. And yeah, as y'all are kind of like walking out, getting back to your ship, is there any sort of, or I guess, is there anything y'all would want to kind of like do or talk about or anything before you're actually back to the ship itself? Or y'all just kind of like, get out of there?
I would say Argos is like kind of gone into, we're not in a fight right now, but it's almost like he's gone into like taking stock of everything. He's like, okay, we got to get back home. I got to make sure everyone's safe. I got to make sure that everyone's doing okay. And then he kind of just looks up at everyone and goes, is anyone hungry? Does anyone want some snacks? Is there anything I can get you? Anything?
I would kill for a burger right about now.
Okay, how the hell do I get a burger? Oh no. Okay, I'll figure that out. Logistics time. Go.
Laon pauses and goes, no. You had a burger 3 times this week already.
And we can make it 4 for 4.
Your cholesterol and your blood pressure is already incredibly high.
You heard what they said. We're probably not going to make it out of this alive.
Yes,
this
but
burger is not going to be what kills me.
But we need your blood flowing appropriately so that you can do dope kicks and shit. Don't you enjoy doing dope kicks and shit?
I do. It's a valid argument. That's a valid
There you
argument.
go. If anything, you can get a veggie burger, like get some beans, get some quinoa. It will be very lovely for you.
All right. And Persephone will run up to Argos and just lean in. I want a fucking burger. And then keep walking very quietly.
As Persephone says that, in the background you hear, I fucking heard that. Precocious little shit.
Argos is in his heart of hearts is going, I'm going to get that girl burger. That's what I'm going to do.
Yes.
If it kills me.
If it kills me. You know that meme, I want a burger or I want McDonald's or whatever, and so I got McDonald's at home. Argos does not accept that. He will get the McDonald's.
Yes.
Laon goes up to Tara. Are you still shaking? Are you still shooken? Are you still shooketh?
Yeah, I mean, Tara is still quite shooketh. Like at this point, I mean, the thought of food, I mean, she seems very disinterested right now.
Now this is someone who needs a burger. Now, dear, come.
Oh.
And Laon places a hand around your shoulder, like very gently.
Okay.
And says, okay, I understand that you have, let's say, a unique perspective on the world. I think that sounds like an accurate sentence, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Now, would it be right to say that we've already exceeded your expectations on many missions in the past, yes?
Yeah, a pretty decent track record.
Right? I would say we're batting 150. I don't know what sport that refers to. We're in the future, but it sounds like a phrase people would say.
Spaceball, yeah.
Spaceball, yes. So I believe it would be in your best interest to maybe have a little bit more faith in your team here.
Yeah.
And I think that starts with, and Laon gets really, really close and says, it starts with getting Persephone's fucking burger and eating because you need food. And Persephone needs a goddamn salad. So if you'd like to try that, I think that would be very sweet.
Sure. Don't get the milkshake. It's not good.
Oh. That's really disappointing.
I'm sorry. I know you love it, but 90% of the time it ends out bad.
Oh. I don't think it's your special sense. I think I'm just lactose intolerant and need to accept that limitation. But much like your abilities, I choose to defy fate as much as possible. So it's very likely I'm still gonna get the milkshake pumpkin.
All right.
Maybe they have an oat milk one, and maybe that'll be better. If I say that, let's do a quick acid test. I'm going to get an oat milk milkshake. What happens? You see anything?
When you say that, Tara puts this tattered notebook into one of her pockets and takes out a second one, and there's like a life path where it says oat milk versus dairy milkshake. It's like, I think it works out a little bit better sometimes.
Perfect. We'll go with that then. Also, do you have a notebook in there about Persephone dying from high cholesterol and a stroke or a heart attack from their arteries being clogged?
No, I don't have anything like that.
Oh, well, perhaps them dying at the hands of the husk is actually a blessing, because that's not a delightful way to go. So I guess we'll just stick with that narrative for now.
All right.
And in Laon's head, you hear the voice going, "You said I was being mean." It's like, look, they're being a touchy bitch, and they got what was coming to them. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't. The hypocrisy of it all. It's okay. Everything's fine.
Love it. So y'all hop on.
This is just my day-to-day life. I'm not even role playing. I'm not even role playing anymore. This is just.
It's just it. It's just it.
This is actually why non-binary people exist. Within us, there is a masculine and feminine voice, and they fight for supremacy at all times. Okay,
I
Babu,
love it.
go ahead.
Just walk away.
My cat was like, "Hey, I'm ready to get out of this room," and I'm like, "Bet you do, you bud."
You do you. So y'all hop onto your ship. And what I guess is kind of the general, when you're not in your engine, you're just traveling. What is the general thing? Do any of you all actively take part in flying the ship, doing those things on a day-to-day? You do have a crew, that kind of helps and does little odd jobs here and there. But what would y'all like to be doing on the kind of long haul trips?
What would a dad do on a long haul trip? Would he be trying to ask the navigator if they are going the right way? Would he be overtaking what the navigator's supposed to be doing? I feel like that's what he would be doing. That's what Argus
And
is doing.
controlling the AC and the music, and then also driving.
Yes, all at the same time. No one touch that thermostat. Your music can only be above so many decibels. I don't even know what is a safe level, so I'm not going to make that up. I'm not going to make claims of medicalness on stream. That's recorded and shit. And then yes, absolutely, just like, oh man, you're going this way. I understand why you're doing it, but if it's so much faster if you just cut through this asteroid belt. It's so much faster. Trust me, I've done it plenty of times. So.
I like to think that there was like a pilot that just sees you come in and just rolls their eyes and gets up and scoots over to like the co-pilot seat, and it's just like,
see, it's going to be so much better if I just we'll get there.
They did clear out that one asteroid belt, so it is gone. You could go that way,
but now everyone's going that way. Now it's all cluttered with so many other ships. It's too cluttered. Listen.
While you're talking, two hands are gently placed on your forehead and are just rubbing your temples.
This is nice.
There.
Okay. My blood pressure starts to lower.
You also should have more greens in your diet. Yes.
What would anyone else, if anything, like be kind of doing? One, either actually running a part of the ship or just like hanging out,
Persephone has found some kind of bay window to look at the stars. That is how they prefer to pass their time. And if Tara was still seeming very anxious, Persephone would have extended the invitation to come and just sit with them. And it's probably the most peaceful that you ever see them.
Thank you, Persephone. I appreciate it.
I mean, technically, you've already survived this once, right? The stats are in your favor. We'll be all right.
Yeah, I guess. Let's just enjoy the stars.
I like to imagine that, like, right at that point, an asteroid comes, like, careening by, crashes into something
just
else.
hits another one.
Trying to be, like, nice and peaceful, and Persephone just kind of points and laughs. It's like,
one of
oh,
my
look
favorite
at that.
ones.
I love it. So y'all continue on going the direction that Argus suggests.
Very strongly. Very strong suggestions.
Yeah.
Laon would like to take Argus and be like, can you trust the pilot to drive? I think we need to have a conversation.
Ooh, this is a moment of conflict.
I will follow your direction to a T. Would you like to pre-program the navigation before you leave? I won't steer away.
Laon looks
Okay.
at you and be like, if you can just pre-program, what's your job? Sorry,
What if
one
something
second.
flies in the way?
And Laon goes, sorry, 1 second. Was that really necessary? I'm just saying, what the fuck? If you could just put it in a computer. Not right now. Sorry. Of course you have an important job. Yes. Naturally.
I'm sorry, Leon's just a little catty today. Yeah, I'll program it.
Today?
Don't start this. Don't. I have
Okay.
2 other children. I don't need this much stress. I'll pre-program it. I trust you to follow the instructions, and if I feel the ship just go a little bit off, I'll come marching up here.
Would hate for you to have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You've already done so many steps today. No need for more extra.
Okay. He goes ahead and he like pre-programs the way that he thinks is best to get back home. He knows the new way would be faster, but he's stubborn.
I love it. As soon as y'all walk out of the
He's
door,
in
the
that
door
full
like
dad
shuts.
energy of like, I don't need a map. I'll ask this guy for directions. Or no, I don't need to ask for directions.
Yeah.
I'll use a map. Like that
Yeah.
full
Yep.
annoying.
We're supposed to turn here. Yeah, as soon as y'all do that and walk out, the door shuts and immediately hear a different like music start playing in the cabin.
It's fine. It's
Like, damn it, my jams.
pump the volume. Pump it up volume 9.
Laon like sees that you're there and begins walking towards what you know to be their quarters, which is a very like meditative space, and quiet and soothing. You walk in, see candles are lit everywhere, different like Filipino like deities and like statues and figurines and things like that all around the room. And Laon, as I feel we have done many times, Laon takes a seat on a cushion and then gestures for you to sit across from them. In a very
He's-
familiar, like,
yeah. You know, he sits comfortably. He's very much in tune with what you've done, because this is something that we have done plenty of times. And his bigger, bulkier like figure just kind of just like, well, no, you're tall as well. I guess we just kind of sit in and enjoy each other's presence, I assume.
Yeah, just for a bit. Laon like goes, okay, have you been doing your breathing exercises I taught you?
Yep, every day.
Okay, so we're gonna take a deep breath. Breathe in. Let out a nice tonal sigh. Feel good?
I feel better.
Good. There is a high likelihood we may not survive this mission.
Oh yes, I'm well aware of that.
But there's something even more of concern than that.
He kind of looks at you very perplexed. What is more concerning than all of us dying?
You look at these two like they're your children. And in a way I do as well.
Mm-hmm.
Even though if they ever called us mother or father, we would end their lives.
Oh no, they can't do that.
Yeah, if they ever do that, we would end them. But
yeah, that's a little bit too much.
I feel that given Terra's unique capabilities, that they plan on sacrificing themselves for our sake.
Mm.
And while that's very noble indeed, I have great concerns about what that will do to Persephone's psyche, and in turn yours as well.
I would say by now you know that Argos, excuse me, is he has a martyr complex. So you telling him this unfortunately might have backfired, because now he's like, oh no, I gotta make sure Terra doesn't die. And he's just like, yes, save the children, or else, you know, everything else falls apart.
Laon clocks that, which is part of why they said it. And they go, look at me. There is only one way we are going to get through this. and it's for you to model a behavior that doesn't include being a fucking hero. And before you ask, that is Azira and Crow saying things in unison.
Mm.
We don't need to be fucking heroes. Dying is easy, living is harder.
He takes your words and he processes them. You can see it in his eyes. His emotions really do just flash very easily. And as he's like processing, it's like he's been giving conflicting information of, I must protect everyone, and I'm not allowed to not protect myself. And like, you can tell he's conflicted, and he's gonna probably chew on that for quite a while.
Mm-hmm. And Loan says, so long as you burn the candle on both ends, there will no longer be a flame to light the others. And then Laon reaches behind them, and they pull out this box, and it's like really pristine, and it's very pretty, and it looks really nice. They open it, and inside of it's a kale salad. And they go, you need to fucking eat some greens. Seriously. Like, I'm concerned for your
It's
health.
not like I don't like it. I do
Well,
like it. It's just I don't always have a time, and if it's not fresh, I don't like it. It's just
Well,
needs to be.
I grow some fresh shit. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I know.
Like,
Your leafy greens are always delicious.
I keep it tight, honey. So like, have some of this
Mm,
because
mm.
yes, I said there's a high chance, but we will survive. And we need to survive a long time to make sure our children, if they're gonna die, it's gonna be by our hands.
Yeah.
Just like we promised.
That is the the unintended promise between our two characters. If the
That is
children die.
my character does have a shared promise, and that 100% is our shared promise. That if our children are gonna die, it's gonna be because we do it because we're done with their shit.
Yep. That means that no one else is allowed to do that. We're gonna make sure. I got you. He takes the salad, nods. Okay, I'll eat it.
And I'm writing that on my character sheet.
I'd like to imagine that if Persephone would come with Tara, Tara would lead Persephone to just outside the door, and Tara is just saying, "So this is where Laon says they keep it tight as shit, and they want to kill us instead."
They're gonna kill us.
No, it's just that if anyone is to kill us, it's gonna be them. It's my favorite part of this whole thing.
I'm glad that brings you some joy, Tara. I'm happy
I'm sorry.
for you.
I need to pause and understand you're a time traveler, not a psychic, right? So how did you know this conversation happened? I need
So
to be
many
crystal fucking
dimensions that you're traveling, so many options.
No, I need to be crystal fucking clear on your abilities. This is a mechanic. This is a goddamn mechanics issue.
Out of character, I was thinking that I've been through this several times.
Okay.
And so one time I've already listened in on you before. And it's
Okay, got it.
Okay,
I'm
this
here
is
for
where
it.
this happens.
I'm here for it. Okay, so
Yeah.
you're Tom Cruise in Edge of Tomorrow.
Yes,
And you just keep by the way, the movie's actually called Live, Die, Repeat. I can't believe I remembered the real name, because terrible graphic design on that poster. But yes, 100%. I'm here. I'm here for that vibe. Thank you. I was just trying to figure out in my head, like, that's not how this works.
Y'all continue. Your travels hit the little jump station, whoomp, across the galaxies. Who knows how far y'all are really going? But you are following the navigation to a T. There is only one deviation, and it's just because there was an asteroid in the way and they had to duck. And then kept going.
I felt it. I felt something was off.
Yeah. And immediately there's over the comms, there was something in the way, I swear to God. That was it.
I'm gonna review the
Argos runs out of the room.
As I hear it, I go, I'm gonna review the tapes, and if you're lying to me,
It's I'm not. I promise. Oh my god! It cuts off in the middle of them like grumbling like a teenager.
In my head, our driver's name is Shaggy, and he's the only other person that survived besides Tara. Like, geez, Zargos, why can't you like just be real cool about it and have a Scooby snack, bro? I'm sorry, a space Scooby snack, so that we're IP appropriate.
Yeah, just adding space to it totally clears up the problem.
Didn't that work? Yeah, we're not going to Disney World, we're going to Space Disney World, and that makes it okay.
Yeah, it's totally fine. All right, so y'all continue on as then you start to get into orbit, not really because it's a space station, but into the docking sequence here of the Borealis Bastion. Bastion Borealis. That was there we go. What are the orders? And as you do, Doc, I'll kind of go in the same order again, but I would love for each of you to tell me either one thing that you notice or look at, or just particularly always kind of look for as y'all are docking, or something you're very much always looking forward to as soon as you get home. So we'll start with Argus. What is, you're there.
So Argus is married. He has a spouse named Nikki, and excuse me. The she that I was referring to is Pegasus, the engine that Argos pilots, this living machine of metal and magic, is maintained by Nikki and is constantly made sure it is up to like snuff. So like no matter what happens, Argos is always ready for combat. Like there is not a scratch, there is not a blemish, everything is ready to go, and he's looking for them to unload, because I'm assuming that we brought our engines with us. It's just kind of a thing that wherever we go, they go. As they unload Pegasus back onto the station for where they are to like pick up Pegasus and bring her into where she'll be maintained back onto the station. And as soon as he sees both of them, because they're like one is his spouse, one of his is his giant robot of death and magic. Both bring joy in different ways. He just like excitedly goes, "Okay, everyone, we're gonna get McDonald's afterwards, or burgers, whatever. But I have to go take care of something." And he just
No, Space McDonald's.
Space McDonald's.
We have the IP.
Space McDowell's. Anyway, and he just runs.
Love it. Then let's go to Persephone. What do they see and or look forward to? Look for.
And I apologize if you guys can hear my dog dreaming. He just started.
Oh, sweet baby.
He's on the other side of the room, so hopefully it's not too loud. But they, you can kind of see that they come, and as soon as the ship docks, they kind of breathe a sigh of relief, because I imagine meeting with the council is very sterile and just very impersonable. And getting back home, they can kind of breathe a sigh of relief. And honestly, they are probably looking for the mechanics of making sure that the ship is fully docked, because there is this part of them that they're looking for glory. They want to go out in, flames and honor and all of that stuff. And they are always just like, God, please don't, like, not in transit. I don't want to be like trying to park the ship and something happens and we die. Like, they really want it to be nice. So they are, and they spend some time, during travel kind of looking around at the different parts of the ship. So they're kind of familiar with how it all runs, but they look and see when everything locks in, and they kind of let out this big sigh and kind of untense, and they settle back into their bones a little bit.
Then Tara.
Okay, so Tara is going to visit her mom. I imagine that, like, arriving back, it's always something that she looks forward to, because she's had so many moments where she couldn't say goodbye. And
Mm.
so she always go over to the old house, and every time when she arrives this time, it's like she'll see her mom, just kind of like I would say just tending to some things outside, and Tara's just gonna go up and help out a little bit, assist a little bit, um, and like she'll do her best to do so very quickly, very efficiently, before before her mom opens the door, because she knows that when that happens, past Tara comes out. Past Tara leaves the house, and she can't run into her because then all of a sudden everything schisms, everything splits apart. So Tara wants to help her, but knows that she can only help so much before she has to bounce. And every time when she leaves, um, her mom is always a bit confused. She's always like, but who are you? What's your name? And Tara is just gonna say, bye. I'm sorry, I have to go, and then run off.
Oh,
This sad lost child.
Excuse me. I did not ask. I did not ask for feelings in my Sailor Moon alt universe game. So
I do. I just want to point out that someone donated $50 to us.
Thank you.
God.
Let's see
Damn.
the person
damn,
it
they really
was.
said
Let me
screw
reach
them
for
over.
trash. It's Anna, Archival Dust Bunny. Thank you so
Oh,
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, guys. Y'all are never going to be wanting for dice. Jeez Louise.
I will never want
Goodness.
dice.
That just means I now, though, have 3 times making my baddies scarier. So you're going to need these dice.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, keep your secrets.
Keep your secrets.
So, okay. Let me see. So then let's go to Laon. What would they be kind of looking forward to or doing or seeing?
Yeah. So at Bastion Borealis, Laon is very connected to an ancient indigenous lineage as a healer that, in an age and day of like science and technology is very unique and rare. And so prior to coming here, for however long I've been with this group as one of the knights, my role has been to be a healer in the community and to use my abilities of merging science and my spiritual lineage. So literally, like, Laon is just like on the fucking job. They get off and they arrive, and I feel like they've built enough of a relationship with the people in this bastion to know that when they're there to support and be of service and to help. And so they kind of go towards the like center of town, and set up like just a quaint little blanket and a cushion, and they sit, and they just wait patiently for people to start gathering for healing support.
I love it. So you all depart, have a moment to yourselves, kind of to unwind a bit before inevitably having to meet up and figure out what the fuck are y'all gonna do. And I think this will be a good time to take a quick 10-minute break, kind of stretch our legs as I'll kind of ask off cam, but I think these were kind of some of our downtime moves. We might do some make connection rolls, see if y'all can get some links through all your different interactions here, and then we'll come back officially in the kind of mission stage and figure out how y'all are gonna proceed. So we will
Cool.
be back
Thank you,
in about
10.
10 minutes, y'all.
Share the link. Share the link. Tell people to
share it
donate.
out.
You get
And
free
thank you
shit.
so much for everyone that has donated. For every $10 that y'all have donated, everybody here is getting some goodies in game, but you're also entered to win a prize that we'll announce at the end of the evening, which is a gift card to Hit Press. Evil Hat. Why do I switch them up all the time? $25 gift card to Evil Hat Productions, a Glitter Hearts PDF, a beautiful dice box that I put back up again like a silly goose from Elderwood Academy, as well as these beautiful handmade ties that you can choose your pronouns and pride colors. Here's the dice box for there. So
Also, every
Mm.
dollar you donate does help alleviate your cis hetero guilt and also internalized homophobia.
There we go.
So,
there we
you
go.
know,
Yes.
And
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a feeling. That's a mood right there.
Boom.
and
Boom.
of course, as we all know, but I worry, all of these funds that shall donate do go directly to the Trevor Project, which is just so absolutely wonderful for the LGBT community from a very young age. So appreciate greatly. We will be back in about 10 minutes, y'all. Everybody stretch, get a drink, get a snack. That's what I'm gonna do, and we'll be back to
Thank
see
you,
how this
Tam.
mission happens. Yeah. 1, and we are back.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
everybody. Okay, so while we were behind the scenes, we rolled some of our mate connections for their downtime. Lipstick is so screwed. Let me fix this. Hold on. There we go. And now we find broke my lipstick somehow. the top is just separate now from the rest of it. I guess I'm not using this anymore. I mean, I'll have to get some super glue and then I'll be good. Okay. So we rolled to get some links because as one of the downtime actions and make a connection, we just gotta RP'd it out here. And everybody has separated off to unwind, unpack, kind of do their usual kind of rituals when they get home and everything. And then where would y'all meet back up? What is kind of the HQ for when it's time to get down to work? Do you have a location, or would you just meet on the ship where it's docked? Kind of what is the vibe, y'all think?
I think Persephone probably goes to Argus's place and kind of just waits outside, but would never admit it, but does take cues from Argos, and so would kind of just hang out outside, and whenever Argos joins, just like, come on, old man, you're taking forever, and kind of grumble the whole time, but absolutely is kind of following his lead.
Precious little shit.
Argus knows that you hang outside. He has a security system. He's hip. He's cool. But he sees it on his camera and he just goes, okay. And he's sighing deeply because in front of him, he's at a frying pan with a big juicy burger that he's just getting ready. It's going to be ready. It's going to be perfect. I got to do this. The truth of every dad isn't that, that they want to be a good dad. They want to be the best dad. And he's trying his damn best here. So he's going to spend time to try and make this perfect burger for you. And eventually you can hear a window crack open and he says, come on inside. I got some food for you.
Persephone, which I didn't get into it earlier, but Persephone doesn't have any parents. And so this is something that really means a lot to them. Again, would never admit it. But they have experienced food insecurity before. So this extension means a lot to them on a lot of different levels. So they would go inside and eat the burger very quickly, voraciously, kind of looking over their shoulder to make sure Laon isn't lingering somewhere to tell them to keep going. But just out of very used to
walking into the room, Lone just goes, surprise, motherfucker. No, I'm kidding. Lone's not there.
But yes, very gratefully eats and would greet your partner and kind of try to hurry it along as best they could, but is very appreciative.
Oh, I just want to say we're getting rated by Queen's Court Games.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. We just got back from break, so good timing.
Welcome to the gayest stream on tonight, probably. I'm claiming it. It's ours now.
Yes, anyone who wants to fight us has to come here first and watch. Then they can decide. So come on.
I'm getting fucked right now. That's how gay this stream is. Welcome. I'm doing it for charity. Charity's the name of the person fucking me right now. I want to be so clear. Okay, anyway.
Hi, everyone. Welcome.
I hope that kept you around.
Speaking... Oh, Taylor, you're muted.
Real quick, because I realized during the break I was supposed to do a thing, and then I stuffed my face with food. Is everybody in the new caption link that I dropped in?
Ooh, no, thank you.
Probably not.
You put it on the Discord?
Yep. It'll just be the last one that is up there.
Let's do it. Okay.
I just finally looked at the stream. I was like, oh yeah, we had to refix our captions. They were a little goofy.
That was weird how that just happened.
Mm-hmm.
and while we're taking a pause here to fix captions, just putting out, we are streaming. We're doing charity for the Trevor Project. We are, getting money together to give to a fantastic cause, and I will, because I'm cool. I know things. I'm going to go ahead and put the link there. If you are excited to give money to not only a great cause, but also get a chance to get some cool prizes. We have some prizes that we're giving away for every $10 that are donated. You get some cool shit from us. And it's, well, not directly from us, but we have some fantastic sponsors that are giving away gift cards. I have some wooden bow ties that I'm giving away that are really cool. Got some dice boxes. I mean, there's a lot going on. So,
My
I
sex
think
tape.
that is, no, that's private. That's not allowed to go out until like the most opportune time for us to get more publicity. This is
Oh my
not that
God,
time.
Logan! Not everyone knows you're in the sex tape with me. Damn, I thought we were keeping that part private.
That was going to be the big surprise.
Now everyone knows because you jumped on saying it was private too quickly. You have to wait.
Alrighty, so I'll continue on. Just make sure y'all hop in the captions and then change the player to your name, character name.
Someone showed up just in time for the Deep Logan lore, and that is the
Logan
funniest.
lore. Yes.
That is the speaking of Deep Logan. We need to get in this game, y'all.
All right. So Argos and Persephone, since y'all have established each other kind of coming together here first, where do y'all work daily? Where are you going from the house to then meet up with the other two to figure out how to stop this galaxy-ending Leviathan from eating your bastion?
Probably to wherever our engines are, where our giant robots are,
Mhm.
like
What I was thinking.
we're effectively pilots. So like the best thing we can do is get our mechs to be in top shape.
Mhm.
I would say maybe Argos would like say, okay, we got to hold up. We got to go to the store real quick. And he's getting snacks ready for everyone. Like,
Aw.
no, that's the thing. He's got to have some kind of snack. Someone needs some orange slices. Just like have something ready, because we don't know how late we're actually going to be at the I guess it's a hangar bay. So
Okay. You'll go for your snacks. Is there anything post kind of what y'all had chatted about that Tara or Laon would like to do prior to meeting up and really trying to dig in and y'all game planning what to do here? Or would y'all have kind of got off the ship and done your thing and moved on?
Tara, did you want to go first if you had anything?
Oh, sure. So I'd say that Tara is spending most of her time after having just a little bit of mom time. She goes back to where the engines are, goes back to hers specifically, and every time I imagine that it's like there's a little bit of coaxing involved because she's kind of out of time here. She belongs from a different timeline, different like when compared to this. And so every time she has to talk to her engine and say, I don't worry. I only need you for just a little bit longer, please. Um Hopefully if everything goes well, then we'll meet again. The right version of me will meet you again. But it's just like a private, like one-on-one, just to reassure and make sure that my engine is comfortable with Tara, this Tara being the pilot. Oh, you're muted, Taylor.
Why do I keep doing that? Okay. Because my dogs are making noise. But do you think that since the engines are kind of a piece of you all and connect on that kind of like more individual spiritual level, do you think that there are like any changes to the engine when different versions of Terra pilot it, like visually or even just like mentally?
Right. I think that initially, when this engine was set up, it was very new. There weren't any scratches or anything. But every time Terra has gone back in time to pilot it again, every time she bonds with her engine, you see another crack form. You see, it's very clockwork like. So you see like a clock on the chest, and you just see little cracks and like rust starting to appear. And it's like the engine itself feels taxed by
Yeah.
everything, all the weight that's been on Terra's shoulder so far.
Oh, it slaps so fucking hard.
Love that.
Shit.
Is there anything that Laown would be doing before you are in prep mode?
Laon doesn't even realize that like it's time because they're deep in their healing work right now. So they're right there in the town square, and they're in the middle of like you can see their tatak their traditional tattoos are glowing, and their eyes are glowing as they're gently laying hands atop like the body of this much like impossibly older woman. Yeah.
There's like a minute. It's like, are you done yet?
Okay, now Gertrude, you understand that I am breaking numerous laws every time you come and ask me to do this with you. So I would like to ask for just a bit of patience.
All right, fine. If you're gonna be a wet blanket about it, go on.
A wet blanket. You say the most fascinating things. Truly. So tell me again, what were the 1980s like? And how did you
Oh,
survive?
they were a wild time. Well, or so people tell me. I don't remember a lot of the 80s, but I hear that I was a hoot and a half to be around.
Hoot and a half. This is delightful.
Yeah,
Yes. And if I recall, you said that you were married into or the boss of an extensive criminal organization.
Oh, yeah. Married into it. Unfortunately, they found my means a little too aggressive for their standards, so we divorced and
Ah.
all. And I lived the quiet life
And,
after
and if I
that.
and the phrase you use, you said that you were. If, forgive me if I get the phraseology wrong. You said that you were a righteously badass old biddy. Yes, that's the
Yes.
phrase.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible.
You know, in my later years on Earth, I started a bicycle club by that name. No one under the age of 75 was allowed in.
Incredible. And this was before age extension. Yes. So 75 back then is how you look now, whereas 75 today is how I look now.
You know, things got a little blurry once we finally hit the stars. You know, I can't see the sun every day. I don't really know what's happening anymore, but I'll trust your judgment.
Right. Well, just as you've asked, I've procured some of these ancient herbs that you have requested. I'm not entirely sure how this, you call it Mary Jane, helps you in the
Yes, I have
prolonging of your
glaucoma.
life. Ah,
Hmm.
yes, glaucoma. Excellent. So here you go. Thank you
They
again
haven't
for your.
cured glaucoma in the future. Come on.
No, even better.
She's
They
never
ha-
had glaucoma. That's just always
yeah.
been her like excuse.
Remember, she's been smoking weed since the 70s. So she has an excuse right and ready.
Yeah. Like her medical card is from 1968. Like
It
that
just
she
says
like hand
glaucoma.
wrote. Yeah, it just says I have glaucoma, bitch.
For the most inexplicable reason, she has taught Laon how to make like a real good fatty. It just opens and it's just like the thickest fucking joint.
Yeah.
Laon goes, "Here you go." Yes.
Ah,
Um
oh, I appreciate that.
Now remember, you righteous old biddy, you promised
Yeah.
me that
Mhm.
whatever happens, you will outlive us all. And that's why we do this. Um, Between us, there are
Yeah.
two parts of me, and we both have a bet for how long you'll stick around. And
Oh,
I'm technically working for and against myself by giving you this medicine.
that's interesting. I like that.
Yeah. The
Well,
winner gets laid. So in either direction I win. It's fantastic.
that sounds real fun. I'm glad to have
That
known you.
sounds fun.
Well, good luck or not. Wait, is winning when I die?
And when you live. So yes.
So you're always winning.
Exactly. That's the game. That's the motto. That's how we proceed in life is always
Yo.
winning. Or to quote one of the heroes from your time, I have tiger blood and I'm winning. Yes, is that the quote? Excellent.
Okay.
I don't know what
You
a
got-
tiger is, but it's exciting. Yes, thank you.
Oh, I got a show to recommend. All right. She just like slowly gets up and was like, I'll see you tomorrow.
If I'm not dead,
Shuffles up.
hi.
What?
and
If
Laon
I'm
like
not dead, is this the game?
you.
Uh,
If
uh,
okay.
right,
Bye,
fuck
you
you,
like
bye.
this. Bye. Fuck you too. Bye. I love your language. Gertrude 100% taught Laon that fuck you means I love you.
Oh, for sure,
And
for
it's
sure.
fantastic.
Yeah. We've been having way too much fun with this.
Thank you for that deep cut of apochromatic lore that will never be on the internet.
Only me and Logan will know. In this room and Max. But so yeah, y'all, I feel like the other three, this might be, I don't know, y'all tell me, a pretty usual thing of where you're just sitting there like, all right, let's just call them. And like have to pull loan out of like whatever they happen to be up to that point in time. But we'll move the scene to you all in the hangar bay together as you have this impending problem. You don't fully know. We'll say, they gave like an estimate of like within the week because it had to be short enough that y'all couldn't move the station, and it's such a slow thing to do. But you don't really know when, you don't really know where. And I'm gonna also just like because I've been just really loving some Jason Cardova games lately. Kind of pull with that of where like if you kind of create your own mysteries in that. We're gonna kind of create our own problems here, and where it's like, what would y'all one be interested in looking into? Any information that you might want to know, slash what do you know? Anything that you would like to state that you just think would be freaking cool about this like Leviathan problem, or any sort of prep that y'all want to do. Kind of what is the plan, both in and out of character. But I'll throw it to y'all to figure out what you would like to kind of start forward to do in this situation.
You're giving me so much power. The Leviathans are allergic to kale. That's why. Okay.
That's the thing.
The end battle will just me, Argos, releasing his kale salad into the void. Okay, that's a lot. What
So
problems?
broad.
What problems do we want to create?
Yeah, and thinking too of like maybe what your system would be. What necessarily would you need to prep for your engine, for your crew, for your things? Would you want to tell any of your family members, friends that shit could possibly get bad? Is there any prep you would want maybe locals or local authority to do? Plus, then eventually y'all are gonna have to get on your ship and go out there with your mechs and fight some shit.
Laon has split attention, where I can take an additional action each downtime phase. And I feel like that time is spent. So everybody, including the knights, know Laon as Laon. They I think from their perspective perceive Laon's conversations with themselves as more of like a clinical issue as opposed to a literal manifestation. And so as a part of their downtime, I think what they do is they split their two halves away from the body of Laon. And these two individual beings run around and start essentially doing like some hardcore maintenance work, hustling. And I think you all have seen these two beings before, just working around the ship, and they're always just like, "Oh yeah, we're friends with Laon," and they never say anything, and they're just like doing whatever they can to ensure the ship is like weapons ready, armor ready. They have because they are Harmony. They have a gentle touch with everyone's own engines as well, and they're able to like give them special attention. And I feel like that's how Laon is spending this extra time.
Yeah, you can definitely kind of start getting some of those things kind of put together. Say with the official like kind of downtime actions, we could, maybe there's investigation. If you would like to seek or gather some sort of information on these things, these beings, you have that option as well. There's also like work on a long-term project. Granted, this is a one-shot, so we really haven't had that, but that could kind of maybe like loop into what has kind of been going on of just making sure everything is up and going and to the best of its ability. And we'll say that's kind of how y'all got an extra little ship goodie at the character creation. Or then you can also just talk amongst each other and the holy fuck, what are we going to do? Maybe we trap them. Maybe we do this. We don't have to talk in like just game speak. We can like RP it out and y'all can just be like, oh my God, the world's ending.
I would say Argus is probably making sure Pegasus is ready to go and outfitting as much weapons and armor as possible, but not sacrificing speed. So like doing a lot of simulations, and like every once in a while you hear a outrageous like loud fuck coming from the engine as like another like failed simulation of somehow being incredibly fast, incredibly powerful, just keeps happening. And you can see like sweat on his brow. You can see he's just frustrated and angry, but then he like looks over at everyone else, and like he looks at everyone else, and then from his cockpit he then looks at like a little like Polaroid picture of the whole like all the other knights that is in his cockpit, and he's just like, okay. And then like a full Homer Simpson's moment where it says do it for her, it's do it for them, and it's everyone there. Like his partner, his mech is also in one of the pictures, and then all the rest of like the crew, and just doing it for everyone.
Such a dad. Here for it.
That's what he's got to do. It's all he can. It's all he knows. So like, yeah.
Does Argos not actually have kids of his own?
No.
Fuck yes. Yes, it's so good. Thank you. I just needed that moment.
Argos was too busy to actually. Like, he's trying to have survive and pilot a giant robot in space against giant bug creatures. There's no time for children. There's no time for that. There's no time to make sure that someone can live. Oh no, this is just my existence right now. But there's no time to make sure.
Logan, Argos is literally like a week away from retirement. This is his vibe. I'm finally gonna have those kids.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Gonna have kids, but no, it can't happen. There's just bug creatures are on their way. So like constant simulations. I want to know, like, I don't know if this can mechanically do anything, but can it like can it at least for like everyone else, like the other crew members, that like they know things are gonna get really bad really quick. So like maybe everyone else is also like getting to be top form.
Yeah, I think definitely everyone kind of starts grabbing various equipment, making sure that there's, things to first aid or things to evac y'all if need be, and making sure that, there's probably, a little bit of a rescue mini ship on there to come grab y'all out if necessary. And everyone is very much kind of putting it all into place. And I think that we'll say it's like the same guy that was arguing about driving. What do we name him? Shaggy.
Like,
Will. Like,
I'm just trying to drive this ship.
I think probably goes to Tara, and is probably very like hesitant about it. Of like, I don't know, this is gonna go. I'm just like, hey,
Yeah.
I feel like this might make me feel worse or better. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
How bad is this gonna get?
It so far it has gotten the worst.
So we're on the worst timeline, is what you're saying.
Well, I don't
And-
know yet. It's just every other one has been bad, so I'm hoping that we're not bad.
Oh, so you don't know, like,
Yeah, I don't know if we're
die.
right. So far we've died every time, but maybe this time.
Oh, this does make me feel worse. How many times do I want to know? I don't want to know. How many times?
So far it's been like 613 times.
Oh, I don't want to know.
Yeah, you got to get to that full Doctor Strange number, so you're gonna be in this for a while.
Okay.
In the distance, you see future Tara just going.
Love it. Okay. Yeah, that's totally that's cool. That's fine. Hey, in the other 618 times, did I pilot or did Argus pilot? Who made the decision on where to fly the ship? Did the ship blow up?
Yes, and honestly, either way, unfortunately. But it's not really either of your fault, though, if that helps.
I'm gonna go. Just like
Good luck.
okay.
Leaning against the inner door, you see this kind of like 5'4" individual with a wild mop of hair and dark skin. You can see kind of like traces of like the Tatak tattoo that looks similar to what was on Laon, and they're just kind of leaning there and they're going, "You really just get your kicks fucking with that guy every timeline, don't you?"
Be fun.
Yeah. How have you been, Tara? Still
Good,
still like an anxious mess, I see.
Yeah, but hopefully this will be the last time.
Yeah, last time. I'm sure you said that last time. And then the time before, and the time before. And for the record, you do know this particular little impish person. This is Crow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And Crow's
Yeah.
just like, look, I just want to get crystal clear, and I'm gonna say a sentence, and you're gonna say, "Oh, you said that sentence last time," and I'm
Mhm.
saying this sentence, and I said this sentence last time. So we're
Yeah.
just gonna cut through it, you know?
All right.
Why not literally walk us through what's gonna happen? Why you're trying to change time, so
Yeah.
clearly being vague and worrying about fucking up the timeline. You just said you've done this 69 times, right? Sorry, 600 something times, right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
why not just be like, oh, here's the play by play, and
Right.
let's go fuck up and let's go not fuck up because I don't know that word in this universe. Let's go piss off and go do some other things, you know? Like let's try something different. That's all I'm saying.
Crow, you've said this before, and unfortunately, I tried to outline it, and we died. So
So you're just doing freeform improv
right
is what you're
now,
doing.
yes, I'm not sure what's gonna happen, but I feel like right now it's just a good time
Oh,
to.
did I do that last time?
It's been a few hundred times since you've
God
done
damn
that,
it.
so
Okay.
it was it was a
So
little bewildering.
so if we can we do a thing that's different, that's not quite the thing. Like, what's something totally unexpected that can happen that could like the whole like you squish a butterfly in space, it blows up
Right,
Mars, right? So
right.
like how do?
Um, there's one thing that you haven't done yet. You haven't given Persephone a burger.
Why would I give Persephone a burger? I mean, I'll give Persephone a burger. I don't give in the background here. Like hell you won't. Oh fuck. Listen. I'm gonna go try to get Persephone that goddamn burger. I
Hey,
guess. If
yes,
you see my better half, you didn't see me. Okay, if
right.
you see Azira, I wasn't here. And you have that look in your eye. You have that look in your eye
Yeah,
that I've tried this before and it didn't work.
I
And
know.
God damn it. I look,
Yeah.
it's fine. By the way, once again, I'm gonna say a sentence you've heard before. Maybe consider some WD-40 for your engine. It's a bit cracked, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe work on that a bit. I know I've said it before, probably a couple hundred times, but maybe instead of WD-40, you use burger grease, right? We're back on the burger motif. It sounds fun.
Hey, after you get the burger, bring some grease to me. I'll take care of it.
I got you. I'll be your grease daddy. Love you, kid. And then the crow just
Love
like
you
grabs your
too.
cheeks and kisses your forehead and then walks out of the room. And then
And
like quickly passing by is another 5'6" shawty, really, really cute petite baddie, hella curvaceous. She goes, "Where the fuck is where the hell is he? Where has he excuse me, baby, boo boo.
Mhm.
Have you seen that little mop top
Yeah, getting a burger.
for himself?"
Oh, for grease for me. I'm supposed to fix my engine with it.
I'm gonna let that slide.
Thank you.
Listen,
Yes.
you're a good girl. And I know you don't know me very well. You're a good girl.
Thank you.
And then she runs off looking for Crow.
That was a moment.
With that moment too. Thank you, Elsie, for donating. Y'all, we are so close to our
Oh
halfway
my
point.
gosh.
And their comment, I'm gonna take it because I just love it. This villain point is for Kian. Does this count? It does now, baby.
Okay, baby.
Thanks, Elsie. We love to see it.
Love it. Just we're mixing in all the fun things in all the community. So love it.
Look at this gorgeous ass chat. Y'all are all baddies just by being here.
The best. It's the best. So I think then let's go over to Persephone. While this conversation of burgers and time and everything, while dad is like trying to do his best for his kids, what is Persephone doing to kind of either prep or get in the zone, or in this moment, is there anything before chaos strikes that they may want to do?
I would like to attach as many light sources as I can to my mech, knowing that we are going to somewhere that is dark and scary. And I would like them to be able to be detachable so that I can get them to the team. If we are separated, my thought is kind of using them as beacons if we are long distances and we're lost in the dark. And if possible, because Persephone is truly kind of a tactical brain, If possible, I would like to. Um, is there a way to know? Because another unit went out, disappeared.
Hmm.
Is there a way to know like what their plan might have been?
Yeah.
If
So yeah, I think you could kind of pull up. Probably there is a general like database that the council kind of runs that has pertinent information that y'all would need, or things that you might want to keep a handle on just in case. um so let's say, yeah, you're kind of going through this, and just for time's sake, because I want to get to the goodness, we'll kind of hand wave there's cool things here. You go in and you find that recording and all of the logs and everything. You're able to see where they were going, and it matches to the things that y'all had seen previously. And you're able to get a bit more of their kind of radio chatter leading up to the incident. And it seems like kind of their goal is, one, try to locate the bastion. They were like, it should be here, but it's not responding, it's not emitting signals. What is going on? And you are kind of listening in as probably whoever is in the lead of this. It seems like they were on like multiple different ships, kind of like a squadron kind of coming in. That whoever was in the lead here is the first to kind of speak up of, we should be getting close, but it's nothing is here. As they all are commenting on, yeah, like this darkness and these things, and then someone's like, fuck, something hit my ship. And everyone's kind of looking around, and then you can hear now too kind of the pings of the ship getting kind of pummeled with something, where then they kind of explain more now, the holy shit, this is the husk. And it seems like there was such a large concentration of them that it was pitch black darkness. It is like they absolutely just they themselves sucked up the light, the everything in there, and just like Fanta Black nonsense here. And they were very well armed. They had definitely some just general machinery, rockets and things on their ship. The thing that makes them different from y'all is you are the only ones that have the engines. You have not just human-made guns. You have whatever it is that y'all are able to kind of wield at this point. But it seems like, yeah, they were just more search and rescue. They fought like hell, and then they lost all signal.
could I get also hearing this recording some sort of like something that I could power up as a super intense power source, like a boost for my mech.
Okay, so like, yeah, what are you thinking? Like,
Just like because of who Persephone is, as all my characters are, if I need to like blow up
mm-hmm,
something, either my mech or a
mm-hmm,
target or something. But I don't want it to just be like a
right.
grenade. Like if I want it to be able to kind of power my mech and use that as the catalyst to. I want
I would
fire,
say,
but
what
I don't.
would you think if maybe, because I feel like it would make sense, kind of motifs you've been doing, if it's more like a very concentrated, like flashbang. They are dark. You combat the dark with the
Beautiful.
light. You probably got some solar panels. It can give you a little bit of a boost, kind of
Beautiful.
vibe there.
I would
Yeah,
love one
absolutely.
of those.
As yeah, y'all are all kind of putting things together. I think that probably because I think just being the dad of the group, Argus, you or Argos, Ghosts. Argos.
I do have in my convoluted backstory. I have a twin brother named Argus, so So like,
When
So if I-
Argos dies in this game, his twin brother Argos will show up out of nowhere.
I'm just like him, but better.
So y'all, you're kind of patching up some things. You get everything like, okay, this it's as tip top shape as it possibly could be when you kind of get a ping from the comm, and you hear kind of once you answer up, just kind of like a gruff man's voice. He's like, hey, this is oh fuck, I'm so bad at Steven up in the call tower, you know.
I don't trust this fucker who just said I'm so bad at names. Because you said that in your character voice.
Because this is hard to fall in and out of, because then it's like, oh my god, I gotta like fix my voice, and then I have to like work back up into it.
This is full on Tara. This is full on the fucker who gets us killed. He's a spy or some shit. He just talked like,
I'm Steve. I'm totally Steve from the place next door. Anyway,
that I'm bad at my own fucking name. This guy is actually a Leviathan in human form.
Hold on. I know Steve. I've met him. We've talked once, or twice. It's
cool. I'm Steve, the one that you've met and talked to once. It's cool.
Yeah, I trust him.
So, I got some weird shit popping up on my radar.
What type of weird shit?
It's kind of like nothing is popping up, and that's the weird part. Yeah. You know, satellites aren't, incoming and outcoming ships aren't. It's like something's blocking it.
Well, point a camera at it. What do you see?
You think I can just turn the cameras around willy-nilly? All right.
You can totally turn the cameras on. That's the point. That's why.
He's lazy. After a bit, he's like, "Oh yeah, were you ever on Earth?"
No, didn't make it there.
All right, well, I don't know how else to explain this to you then, but it's kind of like a big thundercloud's coming, but it's pitch black.
I've seen those before. I've been
okay, cool.
I've like watched videos of stuff,
Oh, okay. Yeah, have you seen Twister? This is a good one.
Actually, yeah, I have.
Yeah, the cow. Now the cow. Oh, yeah. This is a cow.
Good moment. Good moment.
Yeah.
This movie is so good, though, y'all. Can we please divert this entire live stream to talk about how good a movie Twister was?
Let's just watch Twister. Hold on.
We'll just movie. Well, we're just gonna pop it on screen,
The stream ends with a takedown notice.
Cease and desist.
Someone in the chat said Twister is the one movie that survives into the future.
Absolutely.
You don't even call it a cult following. It's just this is the only media we have. We only have Twister.
Yeah. Just Twister. It's all that survived. He's like, yeah, I don't know, but.
Okay,
Steve? Signal cuts out.
Steve. Guys, Steve's not talking, which is very unusual. He talks a lot.
Cuts in the controller. So yeah, and then also, I went to the store the other. He's just like gone on talking about something else, thinking he's still talking to you.
Steve just needs a friend. That's his. That's what's happening.
He sits up there all day by himself. It's a pain. I'm gonna roll for this next thing real quick. Where'd my D4 go?
He said, "Where's my D?"
Where's my D? So, Persephone, you are kind of finishing up, tinkering with your mech, looking through the different sorts of equipment and such, and we'll say you're by kind of the more front part of the hangar. That's just kind of where your mech seems to be sat. I don't know. That's where the bay is. I don't know what the proper word would be. But you have a window that kind of like looks out into kind of the city streets, as this is, a big station, but it's made to look as much like a town and things, a little more normal. It's big. It's a big sci-fi, it's a floating Earth, floating planet vibes. And you're just kind of looking out, as we'll say that too, since y'all are like the heroes of the Bastion, like you are very well respected. You are like the thing. Your bay is probably pretty centrally located in kind of all of the main hub of operations here. So you see lots of people kind of milling about, getting groceries, going to the restaurants, doing whatever. As hey, guys, I know we've been dealing with a lot of being on a spaceship, but it is also pride in space. I feel like there's, some like wonderful, like little like balloons in different colors, lots of little banners across the streets, all sorts of stuff. So people are out and about and living life and having great time. Tell me
It's really good to
one
know that
person.
in space we still deal with enough homophobia and transphobia to necessitate a pride
Nah, it's just look. It's just a tradition at this point.
It's
Yeah,
like-
it's like Christmas, except a month-long celebration, and Santa
Yeah.
Claus is a drag queen. So
Okay, now you're talking
Nice.
dirty to me. All right,
Mm.
I'm back on board. I'm
You're
back on
here. We're
board.
back. We're back.
I'm here for it.
Well, what is one person that you notice out in the crowd? It doesn't have to be someone you know necessarily. She want it to be, but just someone that would catch Persephone's eye.
I would say probably a retired, I don't know if we call them like a military force, but like part of that sort of
Mm-hmm.
whatever that would be, who looks a little bit more tense than everybody else and kind of is in the
Mm-hmm.
back, kind of scanning, head on a swivel. Um, and it probably pings because Persephone is looking at this like big celebration and how much fun everyone is having, and it's kind of a reminder of like, oh, like there is something going on, and there's probably more. It's not just the four of us that know about it. This there are a couple more people who may have known like the unit that went out and never came back, things like that.
Yeah.
So it kind of pings for them of like, I do need to focus. I need to make sure that we're ready.
Yeah. Yeah. You're watching, you're kind of thinking this, and like I said, kind of head on a swivel, just like always on alert. And you start to watch as the more concerned, or not concerned, but like determined or like watchful eyes kind of seem to dull a little
Oh
bit. Like his
no.
expression kind of starts to dull a little bit, and it's not as sharp and not as aware. And we'll say, he's probably good old man outfit of got like the Bermuda shorts up real high and the really colorful like button up shirt and the really colorful socks up to his knees, because I just think it's adorable. Little tennis shoes on. You start to see as the like bright colored stripes and stuff in his shirt start to fade, as then like all of him starts to look like just dulled, and his senses aren't moving as much, and you see that like even his breathing has kind of slowed, as then he's standing in front of kind of a building where there's a little bit of an alley. This is a space station, there's lots of pipings and air vents and such, as you now see 1, 2, 3, 4 of these like large, like 4-person big sized like wasp like creatures that are just nearly pitch black. Like it looks like everywhere they fly, this just shadow starts to follow with them. And then you see that there's like a mom and her 2 kids just like sitting there having like ice cream, and the bubblegum ice cream is now just like nearly grayed as the kids stop laughing, and they just like look a little dull, and it just kind of starts to ripple its way out of this alleyway.
I will turn to the rest of the team and kind of just over my shoulder yell, "We gotta go, we gotta go." And I am headed into the crowd. I think I'm gonna start going down. Um, I don't have a visual. Like I know what my mech looks like, but I don't know how big it is.
I think that's up to y'all. Like, I feel like it could be up to individual preferences. If you want it to be very tight fitting, close to you, if you want it to be like, I am in a mech suit that's much bigger than me, I think it's really whatever would feel right for your character.
Okay. So mine is definitely very form fitting because at the end of the day, I want to go fisticuffs if I can. So
Mhm.
I am in mine, and y'all would just see. My mech is not muted, but just sort of darker colors, purples, blacks, deep blues. And so it's just kind of a blur as I head out and I'm headed in toward the crowd.
The rest of you, as you see Persephone like jump into gear, look out as now you can see that the balloons and the banners now almost look grayscale. There's not any color in it, as there's just like dark, almost like fog seems to be kind of settling over everything. And every single person now that you can kind of see in that area, like is still moving, is still whatever, but it looks like almost like slow mode or very melancholy. Like they're just kind of in this daze. And then again, also very drained of like color and personality and anything. And
You're just
then,
gonna do an Eldritch horror and think we didn't notice, huh? You're just gonna
yeah,
drop that energy in here. All right, that's fine.
look,
That's
y'all
fine. I
made
was
it.
told mechs and magical girls, and now I'm getting Cthulhu vibes. It's fine. It's cool.
It's fine. How do you each react? We'll start with our dad.
Dad sees one of the kids running into a crowd of people and go, "Oh shit!" and locks in Pegasus and says, "Okay, girl, it's time for us to cause some hell." And while yours is form fitting, I did have it in the mind that we were like going to have mechs that also transform to like tiny fighters. So
Oh yeah.
mine is okay. This is like a cut that maybe some people will know about. We're a lot of people here in the right age for this. Robotech. Everyone know Robotech?
Yeah.
That their jets transform into mechs. Like that's kind of like what mine looks
Yeah.
like. Is like it looks like a futuristic space, jet, but it then like transforms super elegantly, very beautifully into like this feminine form of like almost like a Valkyrie, but metallic. And she has like this lance in one hand and a shield in the other, and like the shield has all these like missiles that are like that pop up out of them, and she's like, it's like, "I'm coming for you, kid," and just flying.
Nice.
Love it.
In some
Well-
levels, I'm pulling Gallantmon from Digimon, but more femme.
Love it.
So not quite
What-
Gallantmon, but Gallantmon!
Gallantmon!
Gallantmon! Gallantmon! Yes, we're here for it.
Yes.
All right. What about Tara? How does she react?
So, I'd say like Tara's reaction is that she kind of waits for a second. It's almost like she's waiting for a specific moment, waiting for Argus to dash off. That's when Tara knows, okay, now it's time that I can go, because then these things are going to happen. And so then Tara is going to launch off, and this mech it's a little bit on the bigger side. There is of course that gigantic clock in the center. There isn't like a head piece. It's like a center body mass and then arms and legs that come out of the clock. And is from that clock that Tara like looks out so that she can see where everything is going. And with that, it's like she's just keeping a very close eye on every position and hoping like, okay, this thing, that thing, I'll be ready. And as far as like weapons go, I imagine that though like there is of course that clock face, she will pull the two hands out, and then these are like basically two sabers that she wields as she starts to dash forward.
She wields the hands of
Yes.
time.
Yes. Love it. Alrighty. And then I mean, J-Mark, you're currently multiple people. So how does the merge and then go, or is what happens here?
Yeah, absolutely. So what happens is Crowley and Azira, Crow and Azira. Hello, IP. If y'all heard me said that, you might
Space
know what I'm
Crowley.
referencing now. Yes. Crow and Azira. They were still kind of doing their damn thing. and they clock just everything happening very quickly. And when that happens, they look at each other and kind of make eye contact, and they leap towards each other. And suddenly there's this bright beam of light that fires down in front of them. And you kind of like blinds the entire area. Luckily, their friends are not looking directly at them, so they're not blinded by this light. But anyone else running is like, "What the fuck just happened?" And then standing there is this gorgeous giant being, Laon, and Laon goes, "Well, it's 2000. Party's over. Oops, out of time." And when they say that, suddenly you hear dun 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 do 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 dun 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 dun, and then out of the bastion behind us, suddenly you hear just stomping to the beat. Dun, 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 dun. And out arises this gorgeous, this gorgeous, luxurious purple engine in the shape of this is the biggest engine of all of them right now. And it is walking out. It has this armor set in the front that looks like white frills, and a helmet that looks like this glorious purple afro. And it kind of looks down at Laon with a little bit of judgment. And Laon goes, "Come on, bitch, we're killing people." And Prince goes, "We got this." And literally, Prince, which is the engine's name, extends its hand, and Laon jumps up and is brought into the chest plate. And Laon goes, "I have this ability that I really wanted to. It's synchronized. When you are involved in a group action, you may count multiple sixes from different rolls as a critical success." And
so do you want to lead the group action currently?
I would love to lead a group action.
Okay, so
and know how that works.
There's a couple of things I got to set up, and then yes.
Oh.
So first, just for funsies, in the middle of this crowd where everyone is dulled, their sparkle is gone, their light and personality is outie. Untouched in the middle of it is Gertrude, who's just like, "Oh, I love Prince," and then she just scurries off into the
Thank you.
direction.
Thank you. Gertrude will outlive us all.
Untouched by this Leviathan. Her sparkle cannot be dulled.
Gertrude's like, "I survived the mafia in 1980. You think you can stop me, motherfucker?"
I ran it. Okay, so we're going to see how y'all are going to be stacking up in this situation. So the first thing we do is just a quick little engagement roll. We're going to see where you are as we cut out into the action to start really like dealing with this. I need to not mess with my pool of dice of goodies y'all get. So remember, y'all do have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At least I may have even missed some. Plus, then you get extra transcendence action.
We have all the dice.
Yeah, we have a lot. Okay, but so there's always hope. The protagonists start with 1d6 for every mission. Is the mission particularly heroic or noble? I would say yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Is the mission following through on details from the protagonist's investigation? Yes, because we did have some digging into these creatures and what all it means to be. And then does this mission determine the fate of a friend? Yeah, it does. Multiple. So we actually lose a dice for that one.
Oh, damn.
Does the mission's tier exceed the current tier in the investigation? Oh, we're not doing a track because this is a one shot. The investigation track was you got one downtime to investigate. So that's kind of it. Okay, then are there any other elements that you want to consider due to circumstances, events in your world? At the director's discretion, these factors might improve or impede your engagement roll. You currently only have 2 die. We have a shit ton if you would like to add any from your pool to grant mixed up here. But basically 1 to 3 because remember, I'm rolling and then we take the highest of whatever happens here. So 1 to 3, you're in a desperate position when the action starts. Someone or something is moved against you. It's a trap, ambush, or counterattack. If it's a 4 to 5, it's a mix. You're in a risky position when the action starts. The plan is holding together just barely. The protagonist will need to take steps right now to avoid disaster. Or with 6, you're in a controlled position. A critical success, which means you roll 2 6s, is an exceptional result, and you've already overcome some sort of obstacle that maybe you didn't really know about, and you're in a much more controlled position because you fixed something. So we have 2. You've got, Jesus, so many.
We've raised,
got
hold
1,
on,
2,
we've
3,
raised
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You've got 10 die D6s in your pool, plus then an extra transcendence from the 100 anonymous donation.
Okay, because we raised 265 since we started. We had an initial 100.
We had 140 initially.
Yeah.
Actually. Okay. So that would give us 22 D6 if we're doing it by
The 100
10
gave you
level.
transcendence, not
Oh,
10.
got it.
Yep, it
Got
gave you extra transcendence.
Okay. How does combat work in this game? For those of you who are interested in getting Girls by Moonlight, and those of us who are like, how do?
So it's very similar to like Powered by the Apocalypse, if y'all have played that, of where essentially it's you kind of jump in, do things when you need to, use your actions, roll just general stuff. They can kind of react in any sort of way back at you. So it's very just like go with the flow, not very like we need to track the trajectory and the maps and the hexes and all of that. It's very, very RP focused. So you'll kind of, go through your different things. You're essentially trying to conflict any sort of like conditions or does this one do harm? Let me get my terminology right on this one.
There is a harm mechanic.
Yes. So you want to, because there's Yep. You want to essentially just continue to give them get a little bit of hurting on it with your different moves or just beating them with your mech.
Okay.
Go.
And I have this perfect pitch ability that says I can sing to inspire my allies or soothe the troubled hearts of foes. I came out singing, so that seems more appropriate than synchronized.
Yeah.
So what I would like to do, if that's possible within the realm of this game, and it sounds as open-ended as Powered by the Apocalypse, is I would love my singing to offer my allies extra protection of some kind.
Okay. Do you want to do that and giving y'all a better advantage here and giving an extra die and where y'all stand in this engagement?
Yeah.
Can I also vote that we have so many die? Can we just add one more die?
One more.
Can we? Is that fine with everyone?
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
We can have one more die as a treat.
Absolutely.
It's just
Okay.
a little treat. A little
One more
taste.
die as a treat.
All right. Well,
Everyone
hey,
knows
y'all.
queer icon Bernie Sanders.
He's got his cute little mittens on.
So the highest that we got here was a 5, which means you are in a risky position when the action starts. The plan is holding together just barely. The protagonist will need to take steps right away to avoid disaster. Yes.
Okay, cool. Remember when we were building our ship, we had added the launch deck, which improves position when fighting on or around the battleship. I think we're on or around it. Does that change anything?
I would say so. Yes, I will say since y'all are technically currently on the station, you're on the bastion currently, but your ship is around, and they were very prepared. If you would like, since your mechs, you can just freaking launch and be a ship itself. I will say that if you would like, the actual ship itself is kind of dealing with the more nebulous problem outside currently, which is stopping the flow of maybe more of these creatures coming in.
Okay, makes sense.
So it's giving you a good position in the way of to the next of my villain points that I would probably use currently is not going to happen yet.
Okay.
Oh, thanks. That's really nice. Thanks for the heads up. It's nice to know that you've used one already. Always good to be mentally prepared.
I was going to have y'all just attack them in space, but I had some extra, so I was like, ooh, I'll make them be scared inside first. So now
Can't let them get to
they
Gertrude.
made their way in. They figured out how to get through the vents.
Well, you notice
right.
how they didn't attack Gertrude because even these creatures know Gertrude can't be fucked with.
Gertrude cannot be fucked with. All right, so you all bust out in this situation, and we'll say that you see it's they are kind of like swarm mechanics. So you see multiple, but your harm is going to impact like cleaving, vibes as they are more swarm and not like 5 individual baddies with harm and such. So you kind of come out, and they are currently very preoccupied. I'll say with sucking up the life out of people here currently. So that is why you kind of have this upper hand. The downside is they are fully in the crowd of civilians. And with that, I will turn it over to you all for any sort of moves you kind of want to make. Like I said, it's very kind of flow. We're not going to really have an initiative. It's just you act, they act.
Okay.
So who would like to go first?
Look at abilities, everyone. Find one that's cool.
I want I want to analyze now. I want to confess right now.
Confess your
Guys,
feelings.
I'm holding something back. I mean, if this was Thirsty Sword Lesbians, that would give you a bonus in fight, as if you tell someone you love them. So still works.
At an inappropriate time.
Yeah, yep. Specifically. Real quick at something too. God, it's been so long since I've done a Fortunate Our Game. It's been forever.
This is my first time ever playing one, so this is like
nice.
entirely new territory for me, and I'm like, how do?
So I would say that, like, if you're just wanting to kind of go at them with your mech. So another thing with this system is you kind of tell me what you want to do. I don't necessarily call for a roll. You kind of say like, hey, I'm going to attack this guy, but I'm going to do it with like, I'm going to jump, I'm going to do this. And then like, can I do that with flow? And I'll like decide like, yeah, sure. Okay, whatever. And can kind of make it work. But just kind of, kind of remember that the general like unleashing an attack is going to be defy. If you are attacking, you are bullying, you are being like, koomph, that is going to be that's what you're going to fall back on. Then obviously if you have any sort of moves, abilities, things that can give you bonuses or boost up your allies as well. There's that. And yeah, you are big old mechs. Let me actually to double check. Anyone who wants to just do something though, go right ahead. I'm going to look up one more thing.
I'm gonna stab bugs. I'm gonna stab them with my lance.
Go.
That's what if I got a giant robot, I want to do it. So
absolutely.
All I want to do is see you turn into a giant robot. A giant robot.
Okay, now on roll 20, how do I get it to do the fancy roll thing, the action roll? Oh wait. Oh, okay. It says input value. What's our position? Is it desk?
Okay. That's what I was looking up was my chart here. Okay, so I would say that your position.
I'm versatile.
Action roll. Where is that the same as controlled, risky, desperate? No.
I have risky, controlled, desperate, or fortunate.
Okay, perfect. I was like, I was like I said, I've played other systems and it's different words in all of them. I would say that I'm going to say it's still risky, since you did get a mixed success and they are in the crowds of people, so there could be collateral.
And then I don't know what one's for input value, but I think I'm going to put standard, whatever that means. Roll 20. I'm learning how to use it. There's things.
Yeah.
And we haven't transcended yet, correct? So
no.
So
and that can kind of be whenever someone feels the time right that you would like to. Just remember that then you only have a certain amount of actions before you fall out of transcendence.
Yes.
Oh snap!
Look at that roll. I got a 6.
Yeah. 6, baby.
Yes,
So yeah, you do it. So yeah, you explain how this looks as you come up and lance a bug.
So like fully like decked out this Valkyrie like armored knight she flies into a swarm of bugs, like straight like a fucking jet. Boom, zooms in. You see like a blue glow like come out from her thrusters, and at first you're like, oh no, but then you can see like the lance poking out of the cluster of bugs and just like cleaving through it, like doing like almost a hurricane, full on anime effect, just like get out of my town.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Fucking slaps.
Slap. Yeah. You are able easily because thankfully, you still have probably some chatter in your head from your crew, kind of giving you a little bit of an update. It is a little garbled here and there, but you're still able to hear that they're keeping less bugs from coming in. They've like protected the vent, like these sort of things. So thankfully, with this, you were able to just like wipe this one out of existence. You know, when they are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, they're not a big deal. It's when you got a whole horde of them that is a little scary as you kind of rush up. And so all of you watch this as then these, how many I say there were before? 5? I think I said 5. Now there's 4 left. They all kind of turn of like, excuse the fuck out of me. And we'll say that only 2 of them are kind of close enough to be able to kind of like pounces at this moment, as the other 2 were kind of looking around to see what other opposition there is at this moment. As here, let me see. So there, I'm gonna say. So I have too many notes, too many tabs, so many things. No, not that one. That one. Ooh, okay. Would you please tell me, Argos, what in this moment when you were fighting them, what is the thing on the top of your mind that isn't fighting? You know, like why are you here? What is keeping you kind of fueled in your head currently?
All of Argos's loved ones, including his fellow knights, are like forefront in his mind. But like what he's thinking about is like he's so happy that he was able to before this get Persephone a burger and feed someone, because like that's like being able to provide for someone is something that he strives for, and like he's just like, that was such a good thing for me and for them. I want to do that more, so I have to keep fighting so I can do that more.
Yeah, you want to do that more. You want to keep fighting to do that more because it is the right thing to do. But when was the last time someone did that to you? When was the last time someone made you a burger? Why do you give more love than you're getting? These are the thoughts that are now filling your head as this bug is like sucking, like you can see this like strain of like color in this just like black, like you can only see just like 2 little beady eyes just because it's the only thing glossy, that there's a little bit of reflection in this hole as you're starting to just like get a little angry about it and feeling a little down on yourself currently. I'm gonna need you to please take a stress.
Okay, I'll take one. Just one.
Just one
as a treat.
And it is because I rolled 2 6s.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Otherwise you could resist it, but he did it so well. There's no real possibility currently.
So I just take 1 stress.
Yeah. As you're just, what the actual hell is going on here? Who else would like to do things? As you see, now there are 2 bugs on your buddy here, and then 2 that are now starting to see you all and hone in on the 3 of you.
I have an idea, unless somebody else wants to go. I would like to grab, as I'm coming in, grab like one of the pennant, like strings of pennant, one of the decorations.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to lasso one of these things and get on its back.
Nice.
Absolutely,
yes.
you can.
Doing some bug
Absolutely.
rodeo.
And I would like to argue, if I may, flow of trying to kind of slip in and
Yeah, being real, dexterous with it. Absolutely.
we're still in risky, correct?
Yes, yep. They're still in the crowd of people.
I'm so afraid. I really want this to work. Oh my gosh, there's so much going on. It's a 3.
So many things. Okay, so 3. So with that, things go badly.
Delightful.
So it says you suffer harm, a
Wow.
complication occurs, or you end up in a desperate position, and you
I will
lose
once again
this
say, for
opportunity.
future reference, we have so many extra dice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, y'all still have like 8 of them over here.
Is there a push
Mhm.
mechanic in this game? Can I push
So
a roll?
there, I don't believe so when you've already rolled, but there is.
Got it.
It's not a devil's bargain. What is in this? A poison promise, where
Mhm.
essentially, if you cannot get any other bonuses, or if you've exhausted all your other bonuses of friends or being prepared, you can make a poison promise where I can be like, yeah, you can have an extra die, but hey, it could get worse. Just so you know, we'll figure it out. So I can give you a fun little die, and then it just hurts a little more if you don't succeed.
Ooh.
I mean, why not? Let's do it. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, I'll give you a little, just because it's so fun. Give you a little last minute poison promise. So go ahead and just roll me one more.
Yep.
Let me find, I want to read exactly how it says it in here so I can make sure.
I got the same roll.
Okay.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Oh no.
I never use roll
No.
20. This is why. Should have used my physical dice.
Yeah. Y'all can use physical dice as well. I'm not opposed to it because I've also been cursed by Roll20 lately, and I absolutely hate it.
Roll20 is not. I don't know anyone who actually does well with Roll20 when it comes to Roll20.
Yeah, it's not great.
Feeling very homophobic, considering
It's
everything.
really rude, you
It's
know?
giving homophobic as fuck, and we
It
don't
is.
like it. This is a pride game. We're doing this for the queer community.
Well, there
Yeah.
goes our Roll20 sponsorship. Sorry, guys.
Excuse us, Roll20. What do you have against our transcestors? Let's think about it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so why the hell can I not find where the poison promise is specifically in here? I want to make sure I'm not misremembering some of this. Is it in the quick reference? Can y'all tell this is the first time we've got to actually play it out and not just in my head reading things?
No, we're doing great. This is exactly as rehearsed.
That's true. Yeah, we did a lot of rehearsing here.
Looks like it's on
Okay,
page
I get-
46.
46. Oh my. Hey.
You. I don't like your girlfriend.
in future things, can we have this on the table of contents, please? Thank you.
Hello. Hello, Girls by Moonlight
Yes.
creators and
All
Evil
right.
Hat.
So characters in this game live in a hostile world, one that pits them against each other and twists the intentions. The protagonists act with intention to do good, but they cannot predict every consequence of their action. The world can be changed without disruption, upset, or consequence. To reflect this, the director or any other player, also, if y'all want to sprinkle in some drama here, can offer a bonus die to any action roll by attaching a poison promise. The poison promise adds a troublesome complication to the story, often connected to the immediate action, but not always. So you, I think, with a 3, you kind of jump up and pull down this pennant flag line and are able to kind of get it going into a way to start lassoing it. And as you do, you loop the bug and start to pull, but it kind of flies up. And in the process, you're like skidding across the rope, like you're kind of holding on to this kind of kite here, but you're able to yank it down. And when you do, it kind of falls down into the crowd, and it's just like burst of just shadow and kind of like fog comes out of it, to where like everyone in the surrounding areas, people are starting to run now, are now starting to slow down and get frozen in that color, as it seems like there's just this like pop of this energy. And I think you would notice first, that, there's a big crash probably onto like a picnic table. We'll say in like a little park where people are kind of starting to run off in various directions. And you notice, hold on. Can't find it in the thing. Ziggy.
I knew you were going to say that.
You notice that in like mid-run, Ziggy has just like started to slow and kind of turns back around, and you can watch as just the color like drains from their body, the eyes being the last thing that kind of lose that color, and they just have this just like sad, scared expression before immediately after it's all taken over just kind of dulls into nothing. And this bug kind of starts to like crawl towards you. Let's see. I'm gonna say I'm not gonna like give you harm as well as also emotional harm. So we'll say you're losing this opportunity, as now this bug is like coming at you, and it just kind of like rips the pennant flag thing apart and just kind of falls to the ground. And it does just like a couple of like weird like bug legs runs before it kind of hovers again. And you've kind of like skid to the ground in all of this, and it is over you as it starts to do the same thing that it's doing to your buddy over there. I doubt I'm going to roll 2 6s again. So let's see. Okay. What you thinking about currently?
I was thinking about the little girl with her ice cream, but now I'm definitely thinking about Ziggy, and I'm thinking specifically about being at the orphanage with Ziggy. I've kind of been honed into all of these kids in the crowd, and that's kind of what I've been worried about. And Ziggy has taken on a very sort of parenting role with the younger kids. And so I'm thinking about that because I probably recognize a couple of faces that are out in the celebration right now.
So I need you to please roll a resistance for me here. And I think it's probably one of despair and heartbreak. So what you need to do is every point that you have in the moon category, not including the transcendence, is included in your dice pool. And then anything else that you would like to add here as well.
I mean, consequences of my own actions, so I feel like it's only fair to just leave it at the 1. I have 1 dice in moon. I have 1 dot.
Okay.
See? But in-person dice, that's a 6.
Oh, nice!
Yes.
That's what you love to see.
Yeah,
Mhm.
absolutely. So you are thinking about this, and you see just this memory flash in your head of you and Ziggy, younger in age, very much like that. Nothing bad in this Leviathan crazy sense has happened, and at first it's very dark, and it seems like you can't hear, but it seems like Ziggy's yelling at you. Like it looks very angry and it looks very mad. But then you start to hear in a much more reassuring voice, Ziggy again. And it comes through like it's still very much, the image is still looking different, but you hear it in a very calm way of just like, snap out of it. You're the only one that can do this. and you can fucking do this. Snap out of it, snap out of it. You hear this echo as you look over, and Ziggy is still staring at you, like dead eyes and kind of droop there, but is clearly looking at you in this real world now too. As then you're able to kind of snap out of it, and you can see that this bug looks confused that it can't like affect you currently. It's like, what the fuck is going on here?
Nice.
Then yeah, Tara or you are one now. That's right. I was like, oh my god, I forgot the two separate names, but that's fine. Leon, is there anything in particular you would like to do next, either of you?
I was thinking of going in to give Argus some backup. Like, because I remember there were two of them going at Argos, right?
Yep.
Okay. In this case, I'm going to. Oh my gosh, can I draw from that pool? Because
Absolutely.
my defy rolls are unfortunate.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
Y'all have 8. Do you just want one? You want a couple?
I would like 2 because I have 0 in there.
There you go. Yeah, there you go.
All right. So I would like to request also. I'd like to try to do a little flashback. Of course,
Ooh,
the flashback
yes.
mechanic, it's like if you pay stress, you can get extra, like, I guess change the position a little bit. I think that's what it is. But I'd like to imagine that, like, going forward, just recognizing the position. Well, Tara, having been in this circumstance before, this is part of the time traveler special abilities called Rewind Return. Been through this timeline at least once before. Flashbacks cost 1 less stress than normal. So in this case, I was gonna go all out for the 3 stress.
All right.
And my intention is to essentially, like, moving forward, recognizing, okay, this is how it's happened before. These are the positions it's happened before, and I know how Argos likes to make his attacks. So then maybe in this case, I can like accommodate for that and just do like a quick slash in the spot where maybe, like, I imagine the bug thing is like, okay, ready for a swing from this direction, and so then I could just smack it in the booty from behind or something.
Ooh,
Yes.
love a cute little booty smack.
Yes. So it does say it'll be up to you as far as, like, if how much I can change the position.
Yeah. I think this could definitely change. I would say for you, you're definitely more on, if with this role. What is is it prepared, controlled?
Okay.
You're a little better on that when it comes to position, and then I would say even with that, just because hey, it's a one shot, it's fun. It would give a bonus die to Argos on their next attack as you're kind of positioning in a better way. Like, you're spending all the stress, I'm gonna give you all the bonuses.
Okay, fantastic. All right, let's see. Here we go. Not transcendent. And then I'm pulling 2 from the pool. So that is a
Okay.
4.
All right. You do. It's a little arrow for. Okay, so with a 4. So it says, withdraw and try a different approach, or else do it with a minor consequence. Minor complications occur. You have reduced effects. You suffer lesser harm, or you end up in a risky position. Would you like to, it seems like withdraw and try a different approach is very interesting in a time traveler situation. But I would say also you could, I'll give you the option. So if you would like to reposition in a way, try it again. I'll put you
Mhm.
back to risky, but
Mhm.
Argos will still get the bonus die on their turn.
Okay.
Or you can end up in a risky position in which you are basically drawing the ire of these bugs towards you on this attack.
Okay. Okay. Um, I'll go into the risky position. We're
Okay.
drawing the ire
Okay.
of the bugs.
Okay. So so you rush up, little booty smack, and get everything in the right position, right way here.
Yeah.
Y'all are able, and I think too with like Argos's kind of like push a little bit further back in the crowd where people have kind of weren't very heavy anyway, so you're feeling a little bit better in this area. But you definitely see, like, after all of this is done, that the one that is still kind of like on Argos looks over at you, but the other one that got a little booty smack is now fully turning and jumping at your direction, and kind of just like grabs you by your shoulders and like lifts you a good like foot off of the ground as it starts to kind of do this same like sucking, but you can like feel it like in its claws too. Like it looks like it is pissed as it is just like breaking down on you.
Mhm.
What is something that maybe, I guess, here, I've just been playing way too
Yes.
much public access lately. I'm gonna pull another thing from it.
Let's go.
When you made this move, what were you most worried would happen? Like, what were you the most scared of happening?
So I would say that maybe in 10 of the 613 instances, I
Mm-hmm.
accidentally swung and hit Argos, which in his emotional state would not have been great in his burgerless state. So that's the thing that I would have liked least to have happened.
Okay. I think as it kind of like is digging in and you're thinking about this, you have flashes
Mhm.
of other times where that happened, and you're watching over and over and over again. You're watching one where you messed up so bad that it caused Argos to die. You see one where you're the last one standing and everyone is dead on this station. Like your friends are dead on the station, everyone else is husked. Like you
Mhm.
just keep seeing all of these back and forth again. As I think with that, um, you're feeling this like confusion, I guess, as you're trying
Mhm.
to figure out like what exactly what timeline am I in currently? It's kind of like
Right.
flashing so much. It's giving you a little bit of a confusion here. I need you to
Mhm.
please roll a resistance. I'm
Okay.
actually going to give it to you. Would you be more scared, despair, or panic? What would be the reaction? Like, is it more panic and pressure
Mhm.
feeling? Is it more
It'd be
fear,
despair.
despair? Okay.
Yeah, like maybe this isn't it. Maybe I've used up everything and I won't be able to fix this.
Okay.
Aw.
So roll your moon for me. So every dot you have in
Oh,
moon.
okay. Thank goodness. Okay. Is it cool if I know that there's like a pre-roll push yourself where I can use stress to
Hmm.
add a D1 to my roll when I make a roll.
Yep, you can have one d6. Also, remember you have links with each other, which I think you can also pull on those to get an extra d6. You just have to say how that link is helping you get through this moment.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Mm.
In this case, I will do both if that's all right. I would
I
love
believe so.
to. I'll spend the two stress to get an extra
Hmm.
die, and I'd also think like I want to imagine that maybe in past when Tara was more closed off, when she never revealed to anyone that she knows these things. That always created a barrier between her and Persephone. And so then in this case, this was the first time that, Tara was able to open up, and I felt like that made us connect in a way where it's like I saw how empathetic Persephone was to how much stress that Tara was dealing with. And then
Aww.
we were able to laugh a little bit at seeing for Terror reruns, but fun interactions. And I imagine like looking over to Persephone, just thinking similarly to Argos, just I want to keep that.
I like that.
Okay, so 2 bonus die. That's a 6. There we go.
Nice.
Yes.
There we
Oh
go.
my gosh.
All right. So yeah, you are able in this moment. You're remembering that, and then you're remembering today, remembering the conversation, and then you're kind of like thinking about all these things that you're able to ground yourself back into kind of this reality. And I think even with a 6, just to make you feel a little bit better, there's something different about this timeline that you haven't experienced yet. What, you tell me, what are you noticing right now that's different, that is helping you have this hope that, wait, even if it's just one person is not sitting where they usually are, or something
Right.
bigger, something is like, this is different.
Okay. And well, J Mark, tell me if this is okay. But I'd like to imagine that when I look over at Persephone's engine, I see an extra wrapper of a burger because Crow went and got it.
Yes.
Yes.
That's 100,000. Matt, are we vibing right now? Because
We're vibing right now. Let's
I
go.
was trying to figure out how to implement that on my turn, and I'm so glad you just said those words.
Love it. Okay. But then, is there anything that Leon would like to do in this moment?
Okay. I want a quick recap of everything that's happening to everyone. So we have
Okay.
Argos having a moment.
Having
and
a
not
moment.
doing
Did just
so hot.
absolutely obliterate one out of existence. So he solo killed one.
Yeah.
And then had another one jump in his face and is giving him bad dreams.
Correct. And those are the remaining
Sorry.
4. And then we have Persephone having a moment, but is actually getting encouraged through the whole damn thing. And then we have our girl Tara here, and she is like full on having like there's a chance thing.
Yep.
And I think what's happening here is within the mind's eye of Laon is that Azira is like trying to figure out what to do next, and Crow clocks Tara's expression.
Yeah.
And goes, "Nah, babe, we got this." And taking control of Prince, you suddenly hear the opening guitar riff to When Doves Cry.
Oh,
That's my favorite Red song.
Yeah. And when that initial like riff plays, suddenly you hear a flash, and then standing next to Persephone is Crow, and the one piloting Prince right now is Azira.
Yes.
And Crow picks up that extra wrapper, unwraps it, and goes, "Time to wake the fuck up," and shoves it into Persephone's mouth.
Oh,
And at the same time that happens, how far apart is Argos from Laon / Crow / Azira Prince?
I would say, y'all were kind of just like across the like little city center here, you know, like a little town square area. But I mean, it's within, you could get there, you know, like y'all are in mechs. You're very fast if you need to be.
Fantastic. I have this ability as my transcendence, and I can use my transcendence, right? If I'm remembering, do I have the
Do you
power
want to,
to?
do you want to pop it off?
Yeah,
Someone got to pop off.
Someone got to pop off,
Yes.
baby.
yeah.
Absolutely. So explain to me
Yeah.
how that looks.
Yeah, so when Dove's Cry plays, and Crow shoves that into the mouth, Crow looks across at Tara and goes, "You knew I was two people, didn't you? Ah, you son of a bitch! You fucking knew this whole time." And Azira, starts singing "When Doves Cry." And it's this beautiful cacophony, and you can actually hear like Prince's voice coming through there because we really need that. And when it hits that crescendo, and you hear "When Doves Cry," per Prince slash Laon slash Crow slash Azira, they slam their fists down, and when they slam their fists down, there's suddenly this shockwave of musical notes that fills up, and I have a link effect. What do the link effects do? How do I find those? Because it says choose. They choose which link effect to use.
So
So
with the
it counts as
links, you
spending a
can,
link on each ally that can hear me.
nice. You can recover stress,
Mhm,
which I know Logan needs.
mhm.
You can shrug off harm, spend a link transcended ally. So that one, no one else is transcended. So maybe not actually that one. But helping, you can spend a link to give them a bonus die or lend strength when someone rolls a 4 or 5 on eclipse. Doesn't matter. Okay, so recover stress and helping are what
Oh,
matter in this
interesting.
turn.
Okay, because this is a one shot, I want to do something a little bit more different then,
Okay.
and switch. Instead, as that happens, powerful presence. I'll use this one instead.
Okay.
I become a fucking giant.
Yeah.
I fill up this entire
Yes.
goddamn space, and I pick that bug off of off of Argos's head, like a fucking pimple.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
And so just to
Absolutely.
paint the picture here, Laon within Prince, one half Crow clocks Terra's face, ends up next to Persephone, wakes her ass up, and Azira, fully inspired by the music of Prince and this moment, pops that bug like a pimple.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So will you please
I have my physical dice. I'm ready.
yes. Real quick, hold on one second.
Can I take a second to say we're being rated? So
Hey, thanks, everybody.
Yes.
Welcome.
we got rated from where's it from? I saw it a second ago in my
Critical
critical
misses.
misses.
Thank you,
Critical
critical
misses,
misses.
thank
That's exactly
you.
what we're trying not to do for
Yeah,
this
we don't.
We
moment.
don't want to do that. So real quick, I did notice, and we may have just skipped this, which if so, everybody go ahead and go in and change. Make sure you'll put, I believe. Oh, hold on. I'm getting mixed up with what we did for our other game, which I made y'all more advanced. You should have a dot in your transcendence track, yeah?
Yes.
Like in your
Yes.
transcendence skills, because I don't see any dots allocated in the transcendence, like in defy,
Oh,
empathize,
no.
express.
Remember. Oh, yeah. Correct. We should have one dot in our transcendence. It's
Yeah.
weird with the layout on Roll20 where the white stars look like it's actually filled when it's not. Because
Gotcha.
yeah. It's very confusing.
Okay.
You know what? I figured
So
out why it's weird. It's like it feels ass backwards is what's happening here.
yeah,
Something
it's like
about
you
yeah.
unclick it instead of click it is how it feels.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. So yeah, go ahead. Let's see. Is there any sort of specific thing that it calls for? So no. So I would say go ahead and roll defy on that.
No,
as
I'm
you
gonna get
are.
some extra dice here too. Because I do
Nice.
have a link. I have 3 links with my man's here who I'm saving.
Okay,
And
so you
as
want to use
all
one of those?
as all of this is happening, Crow and Azira kind of like mind meld moment remember telling Argos not to be a hero, and the
Mhm.
loving frustration of he immediately ignored that. And being like, this jackass in a very loving way. And that's what's leading to this like sweeping strike of like feed, pop, and then kind of like a big ass hand sweeping as many bugs as possible that you deem appropriate. So that would give me a total
Yes.
of 5 die. And I would like to take one more of our bonus die, so a total of 6.
All right.
You
Just because
getting
I like that
greedy.
number.
You getting greedy.
Yeah, Well, we're at the end game. It's a one-shot, baby. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
And I just take the highest, right? It's not like I'm
Yeah.
combining them.
Correct.
Unless
Take
you
the
get 2
highest.
6s.
Yeah, let me know if you get 2 6s though, because that is a critical success.
What if I got 2 6s though?
Critical
Thank God
success.
I rolled
baby.
6 dice,
Oh my
baby!
God!
Roll the dice.
Digital dice lie. They're bad
Yeah.
for
Digital
you.
dice are the
True
worst.
digital dice.
Hold on, just out of my curiosity, I just want to see what I get with the digital
Yeah, just
dice.
take roll.
I need
Okay,
to know.
So
fine.
as you rush you grow in size, go over. I'm gonna say since it is a critical, you do it with increased effect. And there are 2 bugs right there. One on your buddy you got your link with, and then one on Terra that are 5 feet from each other, and you are
Mhm.
massive.
Yeah.
So I think you just kunk both of them
Mhm.
into your hands. And when you like catch a rather large mosquito,
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh
you're
yeah.
like, in both hands currently. But 2 of them now gone. So I think that leaves just the one that currently
Yep.
Persephone is dealing with. So
Yep.
Was there
And
2?
the whole yeah, absolutely, 100%.
yeah. So as we kind of come back to just kind of narrate too for the 2 that just had very large lone like smush bugs in their face. I would say that probably most definitely that Argos has the most shocking realization as you are having this like spiral of bad thoughts, this spiral of like not really self-doubt, but just like why am I giving more than people are giving? Whatever a good definition for that would be in a very simple one word thing going on and having these flashes. And then all of a sudden, this bug is just ripped out of your view. Your vision kind of starts to clear. Up to you on how easily you're able to shake off those emotions, but you're kind of back in the present as you now have kind of see what is going on around you. What now is since everyone's got to go at least once, now it is up to anybody. Would anyone like to do anything? As you do see, for anyone that is not Persephone, see Persephone currently with like this bug on top of them, and then Crow shoving a hamburger in their mouth.
Yes.
Don't know if he's helping or not, but
As it's being torn off, and it's like, what's happening? What's happening? And then suddenly you hear, this is what it sounds like when doves cry.
I want to probably just smash more bugs, right? Let's get rid of the rest
smash
of the bugs.
Sometimes you just want to smash some bugs. It's cute.
get them together. I forget. Yeah, Roll20 does do this thing. I for this longest time, I'm like, I only have 2 transcendent ability, or 1 transcendent ability. I should have 2. And
Yep.
Note for the guys at Evil Hat that are doing this. Maybe reverse that.
Yeah,
right. That's what I'm
reverse
saying.
that.
It just feels back asswards.
Well, I think
Um,
it's because like when you mark an ability, like
Like a
for special
normal
abilities,
dot.
you mark the white blue, but for whatever reason, for the stars, they make him like a darker shade of blue, like almost a black, or maybe because the backdrop is green, that it isn't as clear.
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
something about it that it's not like logicking in our brains.
Yeah.
So that's a tip for us. You want to give Apochramatic Unlimited credit for that? Put us in the book a little bit for that patch note.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think I'm gonna have Pegasus Transcend as well.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And the way that it looks like for her, from her back, it used to be just look like thrusters, like very mechanical, very much just like this was a robot, but it like a burst of blue light comes from her back, and instead a large like digital looking cape, like it's a mix of fabric and digital together, flows off her back, and from both her shoulders in like these pauldrons whip up, and there's these two just like look like digital cannons have shown up, and she's like, "Not for you!" and aims. I want to use one of my abilities called "How Dare You." I'm going to strike back against someone who's harmed one of my friends, and I gain a +1 effect. And if my action succeeds, I recover 1 stress, which I have 1 stress. So I'm gonna go and like, how dare you touch the babies? And I'm gonna shoot the cannon at the bug that was attacking Persephone. I'm going to use Defy again because that makes the most sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when it says +1 effect, what is exactly? What do they mean?
So I think that's giving you an extra D.
Okay, that's what I figured.
6. Yeah.
That's what I figured. Okay, I'm gonna physically roll because at this point I don't trust digital dust. Even though I did get a 6 last time, I'm very
luck,
yeah, I'm very impressionable. So everyone else switched it to physical. I'm gonna do it too. I should have done digital. That was 2 2s.
Oh no.
Hey, we did it earlier, so I'll do it now. You want a little poison promise?
Yes, I do. Yes, I absolutely. A little poison
promise to roll one more d6 and just hope for the best.
Don't you fuck with me.
6.
That was a 6.
Nice.
That was a 6.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
So beams of light, like she like stands very heroically, mind you, staring at you and just like, none for you, and the beams just like,
not in my house.
Yes.
Not in my house.
So
None.
I think as you do this, with it being a 6 on a poison promise, instead of making it a little worse, we'll get a little better here. You shoot this light, and this bug looks like it just disintegrates. Like it never lightens up. You never see what this bug looks like. It is like the light actively counteracts what this bug is at a micro level. And as you do this, the light just fills this entire area, bouncing off of like the roof, these buildings, and you watch as all of the color kind of starts to drain back into everybody. I think, the probably the first thing that you would notice would be then, like Ziggy in still like move, just kind of stumbles forward and will like run over to Persephone on the ground, and y'all are standing there and probably not knowing who Crow is, shoves him out of the way. Like, stop. What are you doing?
This is why I didn't want to kill these kids.
There's this moment where you can kind of hear a little like it's quiet, but it was like, what? There's this like moment of kind of confusion as everyone's kind of looking around. As you just have a moment, what is everyone kind of thinking or doing in just a split second? Not in enough to like take an action, but just kind of like taking in the scene. Is there anything in particular, as like Ziggy's probably like smacking Persephone, just being like, okay, you got color. All right.
Crow's yelling at Azira in Prince and going, I told you to let them eat the fucking burger. It's like, you can have salad too. We can have both.
I would.
Persephone is. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Persephone is chewing, very confused on this burger, looking at Argos and saying, "Am I baby?" Like, very confused about the whole experience.
Argos is feeling somehow very fraternal instincts kicking in, and is just now very much fight or flight still. If someone moved a little too quick, he might like aim the cannons at them just because of how much is like he's just like
Tara is going to. I imagine that we have some sort of like comms system, and is just gonna say, "Thank you. I think we did it."
As those words ring out over the comms, they're drowned out by a blood-curdling scream through the comms that you know is Shaggy.
no.
And then the comms break out. So we are in the final little push here, and also because of time. Would one, the last two like to transcend? And two, is there any group power of friendship bullshit y'all would like to pull as you're about to probably have to rocket out into space and deal with the core of this problem?
Yes, and I imagine yes.
Yes.
Let's transcend, baby.
We'll kind of push along as you kind of like, oh shit, as now y'all are starting to hear like things pinging on the outside of the bastion itself, and like through the vents and things again, but at an unreasonably large number in comparison to just the few that you saw before. And you see as just these bugs start pouring out of every air vent and intake in this entire ship, this entire system, and just start to swarm in the area. And it's like one by one, you're seeing people just disappear out of this area as y'all are now like, fuck. And you rush to the hangar bay to where you could get on a ship, but the ship was already out there dealing with things. So you are going to have to jump out on your own. Thankfully, with your engines, you can either, go out in mech form and just like fly around, or fighter jet. But I'll say as you kind of start to go that direction before, any last bit of transcendence or anything happens, you do see the tail end of the ship just as it's getting absolutely swallowed by this giant black cloud. But you can see these tendrils kind of coming out of the swarm as it goes into different parts of the actual system itself. And you see now a light in the middle of the swarm, just occasionally as different things kind of move. But it is just like this very kind of dull, like black light, like that purpley blue black light that is starting to get brighter and brighter as fewer and fewer, or more and more of these bugs are leaving. Fewer and fewer are surrounding it. What would y'all like to do?
Tengo pregunta.
Uh-huh.
Does Laon / Azira and Crow, because they haven't merged together quite yet, do they hear that voice? That really desperate voice that was crying for help coming from the direction of that light?
I don't think you hear it coming from the light.
Okay.
The light is nearly empty and dark. Like it feels like the source of this energy, and it feels very angry. I feel like you do hear the voice, but it's now one of those things where you can tell that it wasn't necessarily the voice of this thing. It was the voice of everyone impacted by this thing. As you're now starting to hear the same kind of echo and plead and whisper coming to you from your bastion.
Crow and Azira look at each other as they're running and merge back together into Prince. Is Prince still transcendent giant form?
Yes. Yeah. Y'all have only used one transcendent action so far, so. And you get a bonus one, so don't even mark one yet. We'll say your first one is free.
Yeah. Prince is going to Prince. Laon is going to look at Terra and is going to look at Argos and is going to look at Persephone. And at Terra, as they're running, Prince is gonna say, Laon's gonna say, "You haven't seen this yet, have you?"
No. First time.
And at Argos, they're gonna say, "Remember what I said about not being a hero?"
Yeah.
And at Persephone, they're gonna say, "Make sure you eat your greens." And they're going to take their giant form and sweep you all back away from them as they jump headfirst into that light. And I would like to forgive
Explain.
this. So, for those of you who don't know me, outside of the D&D and tabletop space, I'm a trauma recovery coach. Anger doesn't happen in a vacuum. That this level of incessant rage and how it accumulates and how it shows up is a product of cause and effect. This negative energy is a result of a being, a creature, a substance with an innate inability to let go of their desire to punish themselves, and so it seeps out and punishes others. Laon is a shaman. They are a healer. And a big component of that is to forgive, which the form of forgiveness I am speaking of, the etymology of the word, is give up the desire to punish. And so I'm going to give this being something that it has never been given. And through sacrificing potentially my life, I'm going to take on that punishment so that it can stop punishing itself and others.
Okay. I approve.
That.
I approve. I am going to, though, while this happens. Hey, remember how we had like a specific by name little villain point thrown here?
Ugh.
As like you're in your mech, obviously, everyone's in your mech, but not like fully transformed, like kunk, and like with it being a little bit of a surprise as this happens, as Laon like pushes like jets off, the like impact of that throws you off your feet a little bit, Persephone, and you are like sucked out of the ship, and you are like hurtling like ass overhead through space currently. Hold on how that happens as we roll our forgive real quick, as you all watch as Lone like it's like, hey, this is how it is, y'all, and jumps out, and then Persephone just like ragdolls into space.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
How many extra die do we have?
6.
6? Damn, we got treats, y'all.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab 2 of those.
Okay.
Because I only have 1 in Moon.
Okay. You're just rolling forgive, which is fine, which is I'm assuming is your 1.
Yeah.
You roll the big one when you're resisting something, and then you roll the individual ones when you're doing that skill.
Oh, okay. I got a 6.
Nice. Okay.
Damn.
So yeah, what exactly is it that you do as you rush out and you're kind of coming into this system as you're now starting to see parts of your ship
Mhm.
breaking off and floating out. Some of these bugs kind of grabbing hold of them, throwing them out of the way as you're getting closer and closer to this light, kind of dodging through some things. And you see that the light itself is not really like a orb or a light or anything. It is, just kind of this like emanating from these like deep black light colored eyes, like these big bug eyes of this like creature that looks similar-esque to these bugs, but is like 10 times the size of them and is like kind of larger and muscular in different ways. Like this is like the queen of the hive feeling.
Mm-hmm.
What how are you interacting with it in your forgive role here?
Laon is flying through, and still in transcendence. Thank you for that. Seemingly like oscillating between sizes to like shift through, because the ability isn't I get bigger. The ability is my scale. Oh, my scale increases. Okay, yeah. So I seem to be getting bigger to almost match the size of this bug to the point where I'm not even dodging at one point. I'm just like going for it. And when I get there, I reach my hands out and I feel like this giant queen bug almost like like tries to like fight me, and I just grab it in the same way that I grabbed Tara's face in the past. And I'm going to say something, and this may not be accurate, and you can totally say that this isn't true. But in my head right now, this bug is all of the conglomeration of Tara's rewind over and over and over and over and over again into one deeply hurt
snap.
person.
Ooh, I love that. We did kind of leave it a little open-ended on what created it, just that it is here causing havoc. So I do love this take.
Yeah. And that,
Oh,
and
yeah.
all of the guilt from never being able to save us, and I would even go so far as to say over 600 attempts. This version of Terra has experienced 600, but I believe this is like they've gone through this infinite amount of times. And that's why, because Matt said this line earlier, it's gotten worse every time. And that's why it's gotten worse every time, because this creature has gotten stronger with each iteration and each attempt. It's all of the broken, disparate, shattered parts of Terra. Because version of multiverse theory, every time they go back, those realities still exist. It's just that Terra is stepping into a different reality. And
I
so
love it. And then
Terra,
it's just all
yeah.
that negative
Mm-hmm.
building up.
And Lone grabs this bug creature, Terra, face in the same way that before Azira said, "You're a good girl." And Laon Prince grabs this bug in the face, peering as deeply as possible. The same glowing purple eyes of Alone is showing with the Prince engine as their armor starts stripping itself from just the energy, revealing the Tatak tattoos all along the engine itself, until Prince becomes just a giant version of Laon. And they're saying, "You're a good girl. It's okay. You did the best you could with what you had at the time. It's time to let go."
This is happening. Persephone, you are flying through fucking space, smashing into pieces of ship, into bugs, getting kind of grabbed and thrown in different directions. What would you like to do?
I would like to transcend.
Yeah.
So Persephone typically very dark clothes. Their mech is dark or their engine is dark. And you see suddenly that everything just becomes brighter and vibrant. And it is very much a reflection of how they saw themselves when they were younger. You kind of mentioned earlier those memories of like when you're a kid and nothing is going to be bad and you've just got endless summers. It's kind of how they remember themselves. And everything just gets significantly brighter. The purples become pinks, the blues become this sort of like neon color. Um, it's very trans flag because I have no chill. That is exactly the color
Absolutely.
scheme that Persephone takes.
Oh fuck, you're queer? Sorry.
Whoa.
That was a surprise. I didn't clock that.
Nobody guessed yet. One of my abilities, one of my transcendent abilities is that when I am transcended, each other protagonist counts as my rival. And this is a benefit because one of my abilities, one of my special abilities, is that when I gather info, I can always ask, where's my rival and what are they doing? And then and that's a free action. If my rival is about to suffer fatal harm or fall into an eclipse, I can choose to be there and protect them regardless of circumstances. And so I would like to use that ability to dive in to where Laon has gone.
Absolutely.
my
Like I think you
gosh.
immediately get that spidey sense as, Laon is like in like holding on and looking in and saying like the pieces like change to a larger version of them. It looks like now pieces are starting to break off as there's just so much energy that something bad is probably going to happen, and you're in the vacuum of space, so harm is very, very close to happening. And so yeah, you are able to kind of like in the transcendence gather your energy, counteract this like tailspin. How do you get there? Do you just like rocket forward? Is it like blink? Like what does it look like as you are coming into backup, Lone?
And what background track is playing while you're having this anime moment?
Yes.
I know, I haven't really thought of it.
Look, and you
Sailor
say
Moon.
"Run" from My Hero just playing as you have
Now we got to go with that. It's kind of a blink out and then blink back in, and I imagine it's hard to hold that color in all of this darkness, but it's somehow is still persisting. And there's sort of this like net of energy, because inherently Persephone has a very big personality, even though they have really quieted it down. And Persephone's engine is named Boudica, after Queen Boudica, and so it's very much about rebelling and coming back in and proving people wrong. And so this net of energy kind of expands, and so all of those pieces that are coming off of Prince and Laon kind of get caught in that net, and Persephone is literally trying to just hug them and holds them together physically, as all of this is happening.
Yes. I love it. Let's go to Argos next, because I feel like good transcendence and Tara getting into the mix of this version of herself is really good saved for last. Argos, how are you jumping into this situation?
I've been thrown back, and I'm seeing Leon become bigger and bigger and bigger until they just grab the bug creature that I know that I have deemed a threat to my family. And I'm like, no! And I mean, completely ignorant of what's happening, unsure of what's happening, is just gonna try and rush forward, with just this like the speed of being a giant mech gives me. I'm just trying to see, do I have anything I could just do a thing, but I feel like there's got to be something I can do that's special here. But a lot of what I do is getting in the way of other people getting hurt. Like that's what my character is built to do.
If you want, which could be interesting, do a little twist on it, because I was going to have kind of some last little final roles as y'all all group together. You could declare maybe you're going to lead a group role or a group action. You can use your highest stat. Everybody, like it's a whole thing, but it's like if it fails at all, obviously like the impact goes to you, which feels right for your character.
Yeah.
But then that way also y'all could literally spend the last 4 die you also have on top of your own things for one big huzzah together.
And Laon has synchronized. So because you're making it a group for all of us, when involved in a group action, I may count multiple 6s from different rolls as a critical success.
Nice.
So whatever you want to
Okay.
do, if all of us are rolling, and then we get, like, if Matt gets a 6, I get a 6, and you get a 6, and Keon gets a 6. It works.
Let's do a group action.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, let's like cinematically, we have all like seen what's happening. We're all feeling different things. I'm feeling like fear and rage, while like I just feel like everyone else is like feeling just some more levels of forgiveness, some levels of like, and I don't know what's the right word, but like just we're all feeling something so powerful and so different, and I'm just like, no, my family I can't lose my family. This is a Fast and Furious moment, both literally and I don't know, where maybe we're on Fast and Furious 6. I can't remember if that one's good or not.
Argos becomes Dom Toretto.
Yes.
That's his transcendent ability.
Yes.
Goes on to run.
So
and
Oh,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, as you're kind of coming up to, I feel like you're kind of like looking. Here are my two family already in the line of fire, like rushing, and I was gonna say, you kind of like look back because I want to get Tara in, and then we can do and narrate the whole actual group action once the group is together too.
Okay. I have to pick an action still, don't I?
If you want.
Well, I was just gonna say I do have one in flow. Maybe it's just my speed. I'm trying to. I don't even know what I'm going to do yet. I just want to get there. I want to be there because it's adrenaline.
Okay. Yeah. I like that.
Nice.
Okay.
Starting
So
to kind of rush in, as I feel like two probably it's something that would fuel you more is as now the queen is getting attacked, the drones are coming back. They're sensing the oh shit. And so this like hole that was made by them being off causing havoc is closing, and there's more and more interference, and they are like trying to get in, but just the amount of energy currently that Persephone alone are like emanating, they can't get through. And so you're trying to like kind of get through and make this whole so that y'all can all be together.
I'm zipping through.
I'm so excited for you to
Yes.
like have this rage and then just get hit by an energy of like, oh shit, love and forgiveness.
Okay, I'll roll for that. Because it's a one shot. I gotta do everything. I gotta push all the buttons.
Absolutely.
One shots mean abuse all your bonuses.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's true. I guess I'll push myself to roll 2.
Okay.
I take 2 stress for that, right?
Yep.
Or is it
I believe it's 2 stress. Let me go double check on the stress, but I think 2 sounds right.
okay. I had it. Oh well. Okay. Oh yeah, push yourself. Take 2 stress or accept a poison promise. I could accept my poison promise, I guess, but I'm just gonna roll. See where we're at. Okay, not bad. 4 and a 5, so 5.
Okay, 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you are starting to go through, and it's taking a bit more effort as more and more of these are coming in. You're zipping through, find this, but you have this moment of where you are feeling a little confused, like which way's up, down, where was I going, as you've been going through, and now there's no real. You're kind of in this hive or in the swarm. There's no real way to tell anymore, especially in space. No gravity. It's very disorienting, I would assume. You have this moment of you're not sure where you are. And I think that's the complication is you're starting to make your way through, but you can't quite get there.
Mm-hmm.
As then Tara, hopefully we'll be our kind of light through this, maybe as you act. You see as Argos goes through and kind of disappears into this. You can still kind of get glimpses of Persephone and Laon in there, and you don't see Argus make it all the way through.
Okay. So what I would like to do, and this might be a huge stretch here, but one of my special abilities is, it's called Sought Coming. I can expend my special armor to resist a consequence related to surprise or misfortune, or perform some similar feat of time manipulation. The most important one is to be in 2 places at once. And if this is the amalgamation of me, of all my bad thoughts, I want to be there too. I want to be the ball, the orb,
Shut
the
the
light.
fuck up. Oh, this is so fucking good.
Okay.
Oh.
Absolutely. Is there any sort of like specific role with that, or is just kind of the
I take away my special armor, the thing protecting me, so that I'm completely vulnerable now.
Okay. So I think there's a moment, Tara, where you're that anxiety, that panic is still there of like, oh my God, but especially since you've not done this before. What do I do? I know all the situations and other situations that are bad, so I have some idea, but what am I going to do now? Oh my God. And having this like kind of freak out. And as you do, you kind of start to have visions. It's kind of like all of a sudden you're inside the bastion. All of a sudden you're out in space. All of a sudden you're somewhere else and you're trying, and it's kind of like you're bouncing around, like you're searching for the answer, but you're not quite sure what it is. At one point in time, you have this view of the darkness with then you see Argos floating upside down, because that's fun. Looking confused, and you kind of like move away. Argos, you now see the light, and you can see Persephone as one of these bugs. It's just like hovered to the side a little bit. And you're like, huh? And you're able to kind of like through that. As then, Tara, what thought are you having, or what thought do you think you pull on, or emotion or anything that brings you into the queen's body?
So I think that like just thinking about, especially in this case, what Azira had just done, the launching forward, pushing us back, but then us wanting to be together regardless of everything, of any potential danger, any potential consequence. And that's what Tara wanted the first time she went back. It's that she saw all these people that were taken away, and she wanted to bring everyone back. She wanted us to be together again. And I'd say, like, with that strong impulse, Tara, in like, I was still down there. She sheds everything, all concept. That armor is just like everything she used to protect herself, to disguise herself, so that no one would know who she was, what she was doing here. And then with that armor gone, she suddenly sees herself in that space. She sees her friends, and she feels that energy coming from them, and she just thinks, I'm so sorry.
Think you all hear almost in your heads as now Argos, you have made your way in, and yeah, very different vibe than what you're initially like feeling as you come in. But you do all hear like very echoed, like almost said hundreds of times on top of each other. So sorry.
Oh, my heart.
Oh, just literally just, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And like varying levels of pain in it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Yo, let's make this movie. We're gonna be
Maybe
funny. Studio Ghibli who? What is this? Like,
What?
fuck.
what? What would you all like to do in this last kind of moment of trying to reach out to this swarm, these versions of Terra that have only seen death, only seen hatred, only seen anger, only seen these bad emotions, are projecting these things across galaxies because that is the only loop that they've kind of known. What is the role? Because we said, we're kind of maybe like doing a group action. Of course, if y'all have any other like transcendent actions or things you want to do, we can totally do that as well. But we have 4 freebie dice from donations left that I will gladly roll for y'all to add to this. Would you like to do like an empathize? Would you like to do a what was the other one? A forgive? You know, what are we kind of feeling here?
So, hear me out.
Or I will
Oh.
say, or I'll even allow, just because it's a fun anime moment too. If y'all want to go about it different ways, but still roll. So like some could do empathize, some could do flow or whatever.
Yeah.
But just narrate how you are reaching out in that moment together. Like,
Can we hear me out? What if we all do different things, but we roll for flow? Because we're all flowing in togetherness and it's all one. So I may be acting in forgiveness and then everyone else might be acting in a different way, but it's, it flows together.
yeah, I like that. Kind of the overall vibe.
And we still have that synchronized ability too. So we get.
So if there's 2 6s across everybody, it counts as a critical.
Correct.
So everyone kind of think about which one which ability you would like to roll. And I think I'll start with Lone, since they kind of initiated this reach out. What is kind of the last thing you were saying or doing as y'all are just like pushing this forgiveness, this like light, this like happiness back into this hive?
So I'm going to butcher this word and I apologize so deeply to my indigenous Hawaiian friends. There is a concept called ho'oponopono. It's a traditional Hawaiian practice of reconciliation and forgiveness. And the way the phraseology goes is, as this is all happening, La'on is saying, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you. And just repeating that over and over again. So already leading with I forgive you, now asking for forgiveness for all of the multitudes of lifetimes where you didn't feel seen by me.
J Mark, you're attacking my heart.
She's a writer. Anyway, let me cut through this feelings with levity, damn it. All right, yeah. So that's what I'm doing.
What about Persephone?
I at their core, Persephone is still very fight oriented. And so they are trying to think about, well, how can I help? We are trying to forgive this thing, and I am here to fight this thing. How am I supposed to be able to help with that? And I have a transcendent ability, so I would like to push this role that I end up doing. But when I push myself, I can perform a superhuman feat of physical force, and I imagine that one of the feelings coming off of this entity that Persephone can resonate with is fear of wanting to leave, wanting to get out. This keeps going wrong, and I'm so afraid. And so I would like to use it would be defy is sort of what I'm going for, but just to hold it still, to make sure
Yeah.
that it cannot try to get away, because I imagine that's something that
Feel the
Persephone felt a
feelings,
lot.
damn it.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. Trying to sit there and sit with your feelings. So
Yeah. All right, Argos.
I think Argos is. I'm going to use one of his special abilities called Righteous, and it says when you confront a deadly foe, they are humbled by your bravery. And what the foe here is not the giant bug queen. It's all these negative emotions and this feedback loop that is feeding itself, creating something bigger. And I'm standing there as a literal shining example of I will be here for Terra. I will be here to protect you. And that bravery makes this thing like it says it's humbled, but I think in a way it's like more of accepting. It's more of like maybe there's something that it feels positive to my standing up to this loop of negativity. And when I forgive a humbled foe, I take a 1d an additional die on my roll. So
There we go.
and I'm forgiving this entity now that, like, I don't know if we've like mental mind meld and said everything, but I'm like, something's happening to everyone, and I'm here to show it that we are better.
Yeah.
I almost feel like because my character class is Harmony and the ability is literally called Synchronized, I think we could have like a mental mind meld thing where
Yeah.
like
But you've
the
got,
collective
these engines that are
consciousness.
the magic and the stuff like
Yeah.
connecting. Yeah. Okay. Now, last but definitely not least, Tara, you are in the mind point
Yeah.
of view of this queen. You are also yourself. You're feeling these
Mhm.
things. What are you doing to help?
So what I'm thinking is that like being in both minds, the Terra that it has been working with everyone this entire time is going to trigger uh flashbacks for the queen, essentially causing the stress so that the queen goes through everything, goes through all those memories, all those timelines, and remembers that the queen had come about with the buildup of all the negative, but forgot all the positive. And I want to go through all of it and force the queen to remember every single time that all of my friends were there to help me. All of my friends were there to save me. All of my friends were there to fight for me from start to finish. And in effect, I'm trying to force myself to max my stress to the point where I overload. The queen is overloaded, and once you reach that overload, it's like when you get so stressed out by something happening that it all boils over. And then all of you just kind of hear as it breaks, and you just hear Tara's voice resonating through those drones and through the queen, just crying.
Everybody, roll your chosen abilities. I will roll your 4 remaining die from donations. What is everybody's highest?
I have a 6.
I have a 5.
Pharaoh, what's your highest?
I also have a 5.
5. What's your highest?
I'm
Laon.
feeling a lot of emotions right now
Mhm.
because I got a 6. And it almost feels like the universe is like, this is too beautiful to not
Oh, yes.
be a critical success.
Absolutely. So, you all focus in this moment, trying to help this creature amalgamation of timelines, whatever we want to call it, but something that has chosen to embody the worst emotions, the negativity, the darkness, and has like twisted itself so much that its sole purpose is to make everyone feel that way. And then you're showing it love. You're showing it forgiveness. You're literally showing it points in time when herself experienced the good that she forgot, the faces she forgot, the things that were lost to time and lost to that just hatred that just infected its being to the point that it grew into what it is. And as y'all are doing this, I think you realize that the noise quiet lessons
down.
around you, quiets, yeah, around you as more and more of these like drone husk bugs turn into just like little like almost it almost looks like a little firefly, like just little poofs of a light, a little spark, and they drift off, and there's less and less and less of them until you're in with this bug itself. What would be, Tara, the last maybe thought or word that this queen would think before it itself also kind of succumbing, giving itself back to the light?
All three of you would feel the energy directed towards you, and you just hear a soft but firm "Thank you."
You watch as, you know, the colors from your mechs and just this love and this energy that you're all just throwing into this thing, it kind of, I don't even think that it necessarily like lightens up and you see a bug kind of thing again. It's just more that you see this light kind of start to emanate out from it, and just this, hey, it's Pride Month prism of colors and rainbow just shoot out around y'all and bounce off into different directions as you now see your Tara floating there with Lone's hands on either side of her face. And all of you stand there or float there. This silence and this moment of light and happiness and true selves, all of you transcended, and just feeling this triumph of overcoming something so toxic. And that is where we will close this story. Put a little bow on it. As this one is a little longer than I had planned. I was hoping like 3.5 hours, but y'all were getting too good.
That was so.
Oh.
I'm literally crying, y'all.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you for taking my in the moment improv and being like yes, ending the fuck out of that, because
so
that was.
good.
I'm gonna be real, y'all. Like there was a portion of that where I it didn't dissociate it. I just got distracted, and then my brain was literally pulling moments that could pull that whole narrative together, and I'm so glad.
No, that's
glad.
perfect. Because in the
Holy
world building, we
shit.
were just like, it's something angry, it's something dark. Like we never really made what it is. So that was like so perfect to give it that origin.
Also, audience, I wasn't at session 0.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
man.
Who says you need to do a series for 3 years to have an emotional impact? Critical Role. I said it. Anyway,
Yes.
we did it in 4 hours, but they needed 3 years to do. I'm just saying.
Oh, that was beautiful. Okay, it's getting late. Everybody, so hey, if anyone watching, so we are raising money for the Trevor Project. I'll throw the little donation thing in here again. And tonight we are doing our drawing for our very first winner. Thanks to all of our sponsors, we have great prizes. Every $10 gets you an entry, plus you're helping a great cause. So while everyone does their outros, we'll give a last little minute for any other little $10 donations here or there that may want to come in before then I'll announce our winner. So thank you, everybody. Let's go around and everyone tell me, where you're from, what you got going on. I'll go in the same order. Let's start with Logan.
Okay, I'm here. I'm feeling feelings. I did not expect this. This was so much. My camera's also doing a weird thing where I'm lagging, so I'm sorry. Maybe my mech's somewhere in the mix. But hi, I'm Logan, also known as Logan the GM. You can find me most places on the internet under that name. I am mostly to be found here with Apochramatic, as I'm part of the admin team here. I mostly talk about giant robots, magical girls, and tabletop RPGs. So
This was the perfect storm.
this is literally my bag. This is everything I'm about. So that's me. I've had a lot of feelings. This was really good.
Yeah.
This was really good. I'm gonna pass it. Popcorn that to whoever is supposed to go next. Thank you.
Oh, let's go to Kian.
Logan's moment of I have feeling. Someone else talk, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kian. You can find me most places at uptight_chiffon. This is my first game with Apochromatic, and I'm so honored to have been able to sit at a table with all of you telling this wonderful story. Thank you so much. Typically, you can find me over on Lost Caravan. That's where I do most of my streams. I'm in Fabula Ultima there. I'm in the Nova campaign there. I'm tomorrow night doing Singularity Roleplay. We are at Gay Summer Camp. It's a bunch of queer kids. Everybody on the cast is bringing their lived experiences as members of the queer community to Gay Camp, which is really exciting. We just got extended. It was supposed to end tomorrow, and it is going to continue indefinitely. So I'm really excited about that. It is another fundraising opportunity to help support the queer community. So I am super excited. But yeah, if I have a couple of the projects coming up, I can't talk about yet, but definitely check out Twitter. That is where you will hear everything from me, and that's me.
Let's go over to Matt,
Hey,
the light and dark of this
yeah.
game today.
Oh goodness. I'm Matt. I was Tara this evening, and oh my gosh, you can keep up with me everywhere as Improv and RPG. And just thank y'all so much for having me. It was such a blast. Goodness, my heart is so warm and full. Thank you.
That sounds good to J Mark.
Hello, my loves. I am J Mark Accento. I have been Laon and Crow and Azira, a little bit of Prince, and just for shits and giggles, I gave Shaggy a voice because I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I'm just vibing. I'm just here. I have a lot of feelings. I'm generally very emotionally expressive. And shit, what was I answering? Where can you find me? Yes. You can find me at jmarkaccento on TikTok, on Facebook, on Twitter, and most of all on Instagram. That's my most active social media profile. So if you really like getting really dope, like quick healing tips with context, follow me on Instagram. Once again, I am a trauma recovery, creativity, and authenticity coach. My whole career is doing this, but like, how do people apply it to their lives and actually get to that level of self-forgiveness? How do they get to that level of like not allowing their trauma to become a toxic bug monster that spills out over everyone else and actually heal it? My whole career is about recognizing that you can heal trauma. It doesn't have to be a life sentence, and I'm so grateful for it. I'm also a certified therapeutic game master, so I run therapeutic games, not usually as a player, so that was a direction that was
Right?
unexpected. But Taylor and I share the same brain, and that's why things like this happen when we play together. It's the year of J Tato, everybody. You can find me here on the Apochromatic Unlimited team. I have also been featured on 2000 Tales Roleplay and High Shelf Collective. And if you want a super, super awesome, unique podcasting experience, I highly recommend checking out my podcast, Tabletop for the End of the World. Is about 4 survivors in a dystopian America who discover Dungeons and Dragons. So we are actors playing characters playing D&D. And there's a whole meta narrative that's me just being pissed off at capitalism is where all the script writing came from, and it's fantastic.
That's so cool.
Yes.
And if you're ever looking for coaching, hit me up. My next cohort for my trauma recovery program, it's 12 weeks long, starts on September 5th. And it's fabulous. And so far, almost everyone who's gone through it has had incredible progress in their healing journeys. And that's me, y'all. I'm the one here to be chaotic gremlin and then make you cry. That's my whole vibe. Let's go.
Yeah.
Emotional whiplash in person.
I love it. And then I'm Taylor at _potato_ on the internet. You can find me here as part of the admin team, making wonderful things, as well as over on High Shelf Collective, where I am also the creative director over there. Where tomorrow You can come see. Is that tomorrow or is it next Tuesday? I think it's tomorrow.
Lobsters?
Yeah, Matt and I get to be cute little fish. We're going to play Lobsters and Feelings, which is a hack on lasers and feelings. I think I'm going to be a blobfish. It's kind of like Eeyore.
Yes.
It's going to be great.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
I love blobfish so much.
Right?
Y'all
And
crazy.
then right. And then also, if you follow on the Twitters, but also if you go over to the Bloom and Blight new Twitter, if you want more Girl by Moonlight ran by me with this handsome face, well, it'll be voice, so I guess good voice. We're going to have a podcast ran or produced by the wonderful archival Dust Bunny, Anna, as well as Kit is co-producing that. And yeah, we're doing a little more traditional Magic Girl style, like where they're all like college age, have a lot of magic, some shit's gone wrong. Also, the wonderful Candace the Magnificent is on that crew as well. So it's going to be very, very fun. I'm very, very excited. We are going to start recording like this month and it'll come out next. So keep an eye out for that for more of this. With that, okay, I have killed time. Do you want to roll, or do you want to? Someone want a drum roll? Give me a little brrrr, as we are going to roll for our first prize of this event. Let me click to spin. Oh, it spins for so long. It's Elsie, villain point, and then also getting goodies.
Yeah.
Love it. Well, Elsie, I will get in contact with you. I have your contact as there was scheming behind the scenes of, hey, remember villain point today. But we will get in contact. You will have a gift card to Evil Hats Productions website, as well as a free Glitter Hearts PDF, as well as this beautiful dice box. I think this is the right way up. This beautiful dice box, as well as some wonderful handmade bow tie. Logan will get in contact to see what your preference is on those. And yeah, and hey, everybody that donated, you are still eligible to win next week and the week after's prize as well. So it's just gonna keep stacking up, y'all. Okay, well, with that, oh shit, I don't have the things open to raid, right? Who's still streaming? We went so long.
There is like no one online. I was looking. So many people.
We got thank you. If anyone is still sticking around from raiding earlier today, appreciate it. We got so many. That was amazing.
We've had about 30 people consistently the entire time. I feel like that's really rare, especially for a new channel.
This is
fuck y'all.
Officially, this is the third time we've streamed anything.
Yeah, this was amazing. I appreciate. Oh no,
So
yep.
cool.
I hope you cried
said they were offline.
and loved yourself.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, everyone that it says it's online, when I go look, they are no longer online. Hey, D20 death matches. That just sounds badass. So let's go see what they've got going on over there. How about, let's see if I can remember how to do the raid properly.
Well, Taylor's doing that. I'm going to say bye. Thank you for showing up. You all beautiful people.
Thank you, everybody.
Support Apochromatic Unlimited, y'all. Seriously, we are a BIPOC collective in the TTRPG space. It's incredibly important. So support us. Keep an eye out for our zine coming soon. Support us on Patreon so that we can pay our artists.
Yes, all of these wonderful things. Be sure, follow for more fun stuff. Check out all of our socials, all those things. As we got constant shit coming from now on. This is just the kickoff. You can't get rid of us now.
We're here forever.
We're here forever. Have a wonderful evening, wonderful week, wonderful end of Pride, and wonderful start to, what do we say? Wrath? Is that July?
Yeah, we'll make it July Wrath.
Queer Wrath is it's Queer Pride, Queer Wrath. August is probably getting into Queer Sloth because we're tired from all the wrath, Yeah,
it's gonna be great, y'all.
I think someone said October was Lust, which makes sense.
Yes, love that.
Gaze and candy. What more do you need?
Exactly. Alrighty, love you all. Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye.
Bye.
November's Queer Gluttony.
Ooh,
That makes sense.
That's good. That's good.